Very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Cause with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh shit, not again. Change the mod now! Download Opera GX!
The champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to another episode of the CCT podcast.
We've got a ton to talk about, man. There's just so much action.
It feels like it's never ending.
Hey guys, we have another interview for you today. Very special guest, Speedy.
First, a funny thing, they also call me Grandpa in my team because I'm so old.
What are your general thoughts on what might come for the next couple of months of CS2?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become
The champion of champions.
Hello everybody and welcome to the opening day, or should I say the opening game of the day rather. We've got Miles NXT versus Sampi coming in hot as that first matchup. 3 games to be played today and they are in the 2-1 bracket. I'm pretty sure at least the games that I'm casting are. I know there's a 3rd game later on today as well, but I'm certainly looking forward to the action, so make sure to stick around for the games that are going to be coming your way. We can pull the, should we pull the schedule up maybe, VNQ, so everybody can see exactly what they're looking forward to coming into today. There we go. Miles NXT versus Sampi, as I've already mentioned, going to be the first game of the day. Afterwards, Fours versus the Witches. And then the last game of the day is 9 Pandas against Pompa. That's going to be happening at 8 p.m. CET. And that is also a 2-1 matchup, as you can see the high matches today. So the winners of today's games will be progressing through to the playoffs. So that's a lot at stake. And yeah, some big names here as well. Losers go 2-2, and they'll have to come back again to fight in that 2-all bracket to try and get themselves a spot in the playoffs. All right, let's have a look at, can we just have a look at the standings of the Swiss stage quickly? We can just confirm which teams have already gone through, which teams have been eliminated. And there we go. Team Spirit, Academy, and 500 have both already been eliminated 0-3. We then had Zero Tenacity forfeiting their last game. So they got eliminated off the back of that. PG Turo and Anonymous also out of contention, while Metasport and Project G are the only 2 teams who have already secured themselves a spot in the playoffs. And as I mentioned, 3 teams will be joining them today as we do have these high matches. So lots to get excited about. A couple teams in that 2-2 bracket already as well. Ecstatic team space. And Aurora Youngblood, who are doing pretty well, all things considered. I think Easy is the guy who's, you know, the probably getting the most attention on that team, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, let's have a look at the rosters here. We can give some attention to the squads here in the server between Sampi and Mouse NXT. We're going to be having a look at Sampi first. Now, Sampi are playing with a stand-in. That's the first thing your eyes might be drawn to on the screen, guys. And it is Bestich. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce his name. I could be completely wrong. It could be like Besta. It's, you know, just depends. I know that he is from Slovenia, I believe, Slovakia rather, so I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce it. He does play for Glor in terms of the team he's a part of on HLTV, and unfortunately they're missing Tagged, who's a really big part of the Sampi team, so it's going to be difficult here for Sampi to compete missing the likes of Tagged, but they still have their heavy hitter of Mattis. He is their star rifler. Fino and the Yorp has been getting better and better as of late. The Elive and Savannah also contributing in a big way. And then Baful, the coach. Let's have a look at Mars NXT. Now, this Mars NXT team obviously had a bit of an overhaul recently, but I just want to know who the talent scout is of Mars NXT, man, because they just always seem to find these ridiculously talented players. I know Tobers is still the coach. The Mars NXT team before this was already doing a lot of damage, the likes of Yumfat, Krisen, QQ. All 3 got cut or ended up leaving the team. Of course, Yumfat was promoted to the main roster. And then they've added PR, Sira, and Netu. And they have just continued their great work, man. It's looking really good here so far for this Mars NXT team. They're currently ranked 60th in the world. And I'm honestly just surprised at how they've brought the team together so quickly. PR has been putting up really good numbers. It's the first time I'm getting to see him. He's from the Czech Republic. And yeah, Sira obviously stood in for Heroic recently. The youngster, I think he's only like 16 years old, if I'm not mistaken. And he was playing for Heroic while they were in turmoil. And they were actually putting up really impressive numbers, despite the fact that, you know, they were missing 3 of their key players in Yabi, Cadian, and Stowen. So yeah, it was really cool to just see how well Sira was able to, or how much he was able to do there, how well he contributed. Of course, Krisen was also playing for that Heroic team. Got to give him the same sort of plaudits. Himself and Sira both coming in clutch for Heroic and yeah, helping them in a big way to make sure they were able to compete. So yeah, the Smiles NXT team looking ahead of their time right now with some exciting times ahead. I'm not sure who's calling for this team. Yeah, not entirely sure who the IGL is. I doubt it's Krisen or Nexius. They, you know, weren't the IGLs in the previous iteration of the roster. It might be Nitu or Sira. Either way, not entirely sure. But let's have a look at the veto. We can see which maps are going to get played here. Is going to be Overpass picked by Sampi, Inferno picked by Mouse NXT, and then Ancient will decide the series if we do go the distance. Now, Overpass is actually a good map for Mouse NXT. They played it 5 times in the past 3 months, winning it on 4 occasions. So even though it's Sampi's pick, who have played it way more times, I mean, they've been playing way more Counter-Strike in general in terms of their officials on HLTV. They've got way more reps in, but yeah, that means that Mouse NXT will stand a decent chance. Inferno's been picked here by Mouse NXT. Now, they've only played that twice in the past 3 months, losing it on both occasions. So that's a bold decision coming through from them. I mean, I know that Sampi are struggling heavily on Inferno. They've lost it 12 out of the 15 times they've played it in the past 3 months. So yeah, the results look incredibly bleak. And you know what? 11 of those losses come in a row for Sampi. So they just seem to really be struggling on the map in general. And then Ancient will decide the series if we do go the distance, which is still also a very, very good map for Mars NXT. So I think the gamble kind of pays off here for Mars NXT because they get to play guaranteed both Overpass and Ancient, which are 2 good maps for them. And then Inferno is the one that they can kind of test the waters a little bit here in the 2-1 matchup. So there you have it. That's the veto. Maybe a quick head-to-head here. Can compare a couple players. It's going to be PR and Mattis now. Look at that impact out of Mattis. My goodness, that is incredible. 1.39. It really doesn't get much better than that, especially from a rifler. My God, that is a ridiculously high impact. I mean, PR's impact of 1.17 is a good one, but it's completely outdone and outmatched by Mr. Mattis. And of course, PR also a rifler here for Mouse NXT. So that is how things line up, guys, coming into this game. While we wait for the players to get ready and just set themselves up to jump into the pistol round, we're going to throw this one into a bit of a break. It won't be long, I can guarantee that. You know, maybe a minute, maybe just 30 seconds. So we'll throw it into a break, and when the teams are ready to go, we'll jump into the first map. Alright, I promised you the break was going to be short, and I am a man of my word. So here we go into the first match of the day. It's the high match. It means the winner of this gets themselves into the playoffs. The loser has a second opportunity to make sure that they also follow suit. And it is going to be Overpass to open up here between MilesNXT and Sampy. And look at this pistol round out of MilesNXT. This is unorthodox. Normally, it's 4 players towards B and just 1 Bathrooms playing for information and then falling back and calling for rotations. But MilesNXT going for something out of the ordinary here. 2 players in lowers, 1 Bathrooms, 1 long, and then retake on the B side. No kit for the CT side either. And there's 2 sets of Julies in lowers, -1. Nexius is down. Netu is going to try and make up for it, and he will find 2 kills. So at least that means, even though he goes down, it's still an even numbers game here for MilesNXT going into the rest of the pistol round. So much time here for Sampy to just think about how they want to approach the situation here. They've got utility, and they've also got the Julies on Savannah. And it looks like they're just going to hightail their way through long. They're hoping that they maybe find a bit of a gap in the defense. Sira should be close enough here to hear some footsteps. And yeah, he's going to be hearing all the footsteps in the world right now, so he'll be relaying that information through to his teammates. Can he find a kill? Yes, beautiful taps coming through from Mr. Sira. Unfortunately, can't finish off the job, but he has done a phenomenal effort out of him. It's even a bit of a bait and switch coming through there from PR. Crisen's tucked in the corner, and it will be a free kill for him. Not the cleanest, but he will land the shots necessary. And there we go. MilesNXT open up their account first. Going to be a full eco now for Sampy. Makes sense considering the fact they don't get the bomb down in the pistol round that they lose. Going to be tough here for Sampy playing with the stand. And this MilesNXT team are really well drilled and well oiled. So considering that they don't have their full 5-man squad together, it is going to be a challenge. It's going to be a mighty challenge for Sampy, who have been impressive as of late. They've been in some good form. So it's a bit unfortunate that they don't have Savannah in this particular game. Kira got a job to do here towards long. All 5 players heading in his direction, and he's only going to be able to get the 2 kills. That's not really ideal. Prison wants to make sure that that M4 is not recoverable, but he's also taken a lot of damage in the process, so now he'll leave it to PR to finish off the job. Public relations, always good at making sure that the intended message gets across. And there we go, the frag will come through. 2-0 for MilesNXT. Good start to the map. Just the 1 casualty in the gun round. PR recovers the M4 as well, drops that back to Sierra. And now we get the first gun round coming through from Sampy. Rifles across the board, plenty utility as well, if they can do some damage. Two players in towards lowest for the CT side again. And there's going to be a push in towards Bestage here. This is the stand-in, and he's going to lose out that gunfight, which now cuts the map down the middle for Sampy, while they've got a player in water, a couple of players top side as well. Prison gets caught off guard. Sierra will be traded. Good work coming out of the Elive and Mattis there. They regain that map control, and that's going to be a bit of a tough position for Mouse NXT now, as they do still have Nexius in a forward position here. And is he going to keep going? It looks like he may. Position kind of sucks that he's in right now, because if he takes contact with the player coming out of playground, or party rather, then Mattis will trade. If he kills Mattis, then the party player probably going to trade him. I don't know how he gets more than one from this position. I mean, obviously he should be able to get at least a frag with that element of surprise on his side, as Mattis does start to edge his way up. Oh, gun barrel spotted, goes back down through lowest. Does Nexius try and track him is the question. Mattis is still hanging around here. My god, brilliant awareness out of Mattis. And now he's going to try and sell the fake onto that A-bomb site, which is drawing PR up. And it's the fake. It's the perfect read. It's the perfect call coming through from Sampy. And it's only Nichu who's here right now. And he's got an MP9 in an awful position. AK is running into him. Savannah is going to be able to find that frag. And that is round over. If you're PR, well, I was going to say you head for the hills. He blasts the smoke open to try and get a line of vision. And while he does get a line of sight, it also gives Mattis a line of sight into heaven. And with that, the kill will go his way. And that is Sampy who get themselves on the board. And Mouse NXT's economy is brutal. It's awful. And so they're going to have to just go for the force buy here. Three MP9s, a Desert Eagle, and an M4 for Mouse NXT to work with. And in towards low as they go, they've done a lot of utility damage. Bestich has actually killed himself running through the molly, combination with the damage done from the CT players. And Mouse NXT have actually got themselves in a phenomenal position. I thought Fino definitely gets that kill on Crizzen, but even though Crizzen's caught backtracking, he's still able to get the kill anyway. Now it's only the Elive left remaining. My goodness, Sampy have squandered a massive opportunity here. And Nexius, oh, he's just posted up close and personal with this MP9. It's going to be tough for him to win this gunfight out as Elive does round the corner. AK trumps MP9 every day of the week. That bomb is still towards T-ramp though. So it's going to take a hot minute for the Elive to recover that. And you know what? PR is going to come across the C4 before the Elive is even close to it. So he's going to get a lot of information as he does find the bomb. And I don't even know if the Elive is considering the round at this point. I think he's just contemplating the save. PR's in a great position, tucked in towards playground. He'll hit the footsteps. And there we go. Times his peak nicely. Mouse and NXT get themselves back to winning ways, despite the fact that it was a bit of a ragged force buy coming through from them. They make it work phenomenally well. And that does quite a lot of damage to Sampy now. They don't actually have enough money to reinvest here. So 4-1 looking likely at this point. Nice nade. There we go. The Elive and Bestich both play catch. That's what, like 94 damage that was just done from a single HE grenade. At this point for Mouse NXT, it's just about making sure that they keep numbers alive. They don't want to stand a chance of potentially losing 3 or 4 players here and then, you know, getting their economy reset going into the next round. Very important that they keep numbers alive. Keep in mind, this is also Sampy's map pick. Prison. Oh my goodness, that's a beautiful shot from Mattis. This guy is so good at the game, man. Mattis is so good at the video game. It's actually insane. Gonna kind of force Sierra forward here as well, but Bestich is holding this angle with the Desert Eagle as well. Oh man, he's gonna walk straight into it. Perfect crosshair placement. Bestich gets that frag. And now Mouse NXT, they're on the ropes. They're looking frail. They've been playing forward positions, which is just not necessary when you're against the eco. You know, Crizzen peeking out and Sierra pushing forward. Don't need to make these sorts of plays against the Pistols, and it's, well, could certainly come back to bite them. And it's a good read from Sampy. All 4 players grouping up, heading in towards B. Thankfully for Miles NXT, PR's rotated his way down, so he'll be joining up with Nichu, and they need to lock this down. Oh my god, Bestage is the best with a Desert Eagle, evidently. Beautiful kills coming through from him. 2 frags in the round. PR desperately trying to recover here. They now know where both Nexius and PR are positioned, and they're going to try and force the fight on PR right now. Pushing in towards Graffiti. He's running out of ammo. Nexius will come through just in time, and Savannah only has a single point of health, and he won't be able to clutch it. What a recovery out of Nexius and PR there. Ultimately, a 2 versus 4. Bestage with some beautiful deke shots. The stand-in doing work. And you take that if you're Sampy. Sure, they would have wanted to win the round itself, but the fact that they're able to get themselves 3 kills in the bomb plant is certainly going to be regarded as a successful eco. Alright, AWP in play here for Crizzen. Of course, Slend was on the AWP duties before for Miles NXT. Crizzen was actually a rifler. He's now taking over as the AWP and the IGL of the team. You would imagine Toba's certainly played a role in that, as PR pushes his way in towards water. That's going to cost him his life, and Savannah, he gets out with his. And now it's down to the defense on the B bomb site. Nichu's able to find a kill, as does Nexius. In fact, Nexius is doubled down. Fino's taking a lot of damage. My goodness, I can't believe how Miles and NXT are just so happy to brawl right now. Finally, Fino will cut down 1, but the damage has been done. (5-1). Great start here for Miles NXT to their opponent's map pick. Crizzen 7-2, but everybody's pitched up. Everybody's got 4 or more kills. Really well-rounded team performance coming through for Miles NXT right now. Going to be an eco round coming through now from Sampy. Of course, an eco round with a max round loss bonus behind them means they can afford to dig a bit deeper into their pockets. They've got upgraded pistols and some utility as well, but they have lost the first player out. Okay, they do start to force the issue up bathrooms right now. Good kill does come back as they're able to close the gap. And this shot from Crizzen shoots between the legs there of the Eli, but he will still bait in his teammate towards long. Savannah and Fino have recovered rifles here, so there's still certainly a chance for them to make something happen. There we go. Unfortunately, PR with that fact pretty much locks it in. Fino knows he's got a player to deal with in the back lines, but this Miles NXT team, there's always layers, man. There's always somebody to fall back on in the round. The support is phenomenal. The way that they're playing off each other is really good. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Miles NXT. It's the first time I'm getting to cast this new roster. When I say new roster, I mean obviously the addition of PR, Nichu, and Sira. First time I'm getting a look at them, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. Really, I am. Okay, 6-1 Sampy in a really important gun round here. I mean, one might even say a must-win gun round coming through for Sampy. Should they lose this gun round 7-1, that's going to be a very challenging position to recover. All right, Mattis, he's the key, especially considering that they're playing with the stand-in. He's their star. He's going to be he's going to have to be the one who gets his team into this game, trades the name of the game right now. And Crizzen, after he gets his frag, he's not falling back. In fact, he's pushed forward, and this is a really risky decision because he kind of has to gamble as to where he wants to watch. Mattis in bathrooms has a great angle, but Crizzen will still walk away with the frag anyway. That's just remarkable. Should never have gotten that kill. Crizzen impressing me with the AWP right now as well. Sampy now transitioning towards the speed bomb site, and they could actually find a nice window of opportunity here. Nichu is going to phase through the graffiti smoke. One player's crossed already. That's Savannah. You got Fino on short with the AWP. He's also the one with the bomb in his back. They're going to go for a boost here. The boost makes the most sense, but PR's a bit late to the memo. Where's the C4? Fino has to plant the bomb. The molly's kind of displaced him. Going to try and plant behind the sandbag. The swing from graffiti will not leave him exposed, evidently. But my god, that's a great shot out of PR. Despite the fact that Fino even has an AWP on that angle, the AK will still come out on top. And Miles NXT, these guys are doing work right now, homie. Big kill there. The Eli able to trade out PR. This is the round. 7-1 at least. They were able to salvage a bomb plant from the previous to carry a bit of money through. Sierra tries to flank them or backstab them out of lowers, but Fino was privy to it. And this is one of the better positions Sampy have been in recent times. 4 versus 3. That B bomb site looking like a really good option right now for the T side as well. Maybe Mattis who leads the charge. They know Nichu's in towards barrel. He does find a kill. If he gets another, that would be so impressive. But it's only going to be a dink onto Mattis. Crizzen will finish off what his teammate Nichu had started. And now you've got Netius who's on short. They might not account for a player to be here. Not the cleanest on the first. Does still finish off the second. And now it's on Fino to attempt the clutch. And my god, the HE is perfect. And it just feels like for Sampy, at this point, really nothing is going their way. Nothing going the way of Sampy at this point. All right, well, Sampy they've got themselves in some decent positions in these rounds. They just haven't been able to convert any of them, unfortunately. Another opening frag, but this time it's in the eco round. They don't get that bomb plants in the round they lose, so they have to set for the save. ER with the flank through monster has got Netu in his back pocket, and Savannah is a dead man if anybody even looks in this direction, but they are not right now, and that means Savannah is ultimately in the back lines right now. Unfortunately for him, though, what can he do with this position? What is he able to accomplish from here is the question. Desert Eagle in hand. I mean, he was kind of given a bit of a gift, I suppose, with him not being spotted out, but his teammates weren't able to do much towards bathrooms, and now he's running out of time, and PR will step out and finish off the job. 9-1 for Mouse NXT. I think it's time for a pause here if you're Sampi. Slow down the pace of the game, discuss the situation, because things are not going too well right now. Alright, 9-1, Mouse NXT in complete and utter control up until this point. On their opponent's map pick as well. I mean, he's been decent. He's had some decent moments. The problem has just been the team just haven't really been able to convert any of these decent positions into a round-winning position. And Prison with his AWP now is going for the combat AWPing style in towards lowers. They've constantly been getting in the faces of Sampi. Have you noticed how Mouse NXT have always been contesting long bathrooms, lowers? They're not allowing for this T side to ever feel comfortable, to ever get any space or control. Missed shot there from Fino means he will also go down, and Sampi have just folded like a house of cards, man. Only the E-Live left remaining. 10-1 will be the scoreline. Alright, well, Sampi only managed a single round throughout the half so far, and, well, even if they win another one here, you would say that's still certainly not going to be enough for them to go into their CT side down 10-2 with Mouse NXT looking as good as they are. Nexia's playing behind the tree, going to get baited in by his teammate, but oh, Nexia's needed to be a hell of a lot cleaner than that. Crizzen is a dead man to Mattis, and welcome back to the server, Sampi. Much better work coming through from them. They punished the aggression initially. They're able to deal with Nexia. So I suppose you could also say, you know, Miles NXT gift that away in a sense. That early push through mid that doesn't work out, and then Nexia's missing his shots as well. Surely they don't recover this, and there we go. That frag should be the one that locks it in. It's only PR left remaining. And they are going to head in towards B. Why are they so scared of him? It's a 4v1, lads. It's a 4v1, and now do you go A? Yeah, now they will go A. PR is going to be behind the game at this point. I mean, there's no way for him to retake here 1 versus 3. He'll certainly have a crack at it, though. Last round of the half. Had the stats a bit more. Numbers have looked so good for Mars NXT. Crizzen's up to 15. 11 kills apiece for Sierra and PR. Great shot out of PR. Mattis is up close, though. And there we go. As he steps out, he exposes himself to both of the remaining players. It's a quad kill from Mattis, and Sampi double up their scoreline. Alright, well, obviously, it goes without saying that Sampi have to win the second half pistol round here just to keep themselves alive at this point. That's all it's about, is just surviving. Smoke into flash on Miles and XT, a P250 on Sierra as well, and they're going to be bursting in towards the speed bomb site. The E-Life does not get blinded up. Now with the Julies, I was going to say could have free reign, but Nexius and Nitu, one up short, one through Monster, and that is just going to be the job done round over. What a way for, well, I say round over, maybe a bit of a stretch. Could the retake be on here in the 3v5? It's going to require some nutty shots. They don't have a kit either, so time is of the essence. And there we go. That's the job done. It is now only Fino left. They know exactly where he is. They will converge in his position. And Miles and XT go up 11-2 here on their opponent's map pick. With winning that pistol round, it locks it in. That's the job done. What a performance out of Miles and XT here on Overpass. This has been very impressive out of them. Stampy have gone for the force buy here. They don't want to delay proceedings and save and get a full buy in the round after this. The problem with this, though, is if you lose this round, then at that point, you don't even get a full buy in the half because you're just force buying until the end of the map. They know that Mattis is in towards water and they will trade him out effectively, but Mattis has done a decent job here to keep his team alive in the round. It is digestible in the 3 versus 2. All 3 players going to be heading in towards B, but don't get it wrong. Stampy have got 2 players of their own here, and it's going to be Savannah who gets the first kill. That could bait the E-Live in, but no, Nexius is just so aware. The Belgian rifler has been crispy here in this map so far. 12-2. Miles and XT now have 10 map points on their opponent's map pick. Really doesn't get better than this if you're Miles and XT. Ooh, Savannah. Lucky to still have his head intact there after the jump peek comes through. The scout will land the tag, but it ain't no frag. PR now leading the charge in towards his B. Bomb site, goodness, he's shooting hard right now. Four versus 2. Mattis does have a big flank coming through right now. He inflicts a lot of damage, which kind of compromises his position. He'll be traded. Savannah goes down as well. And that is the job done. That's the round over. And with that, the map as well. Miles and XT romp to victory on their opponent's map pick. They win 13-2 on Overpass. Stampy decided to bring Overpass into the series. The next up is going to be Inferno. It's a map we haven't really seen much out of Miles and XT. So I'm keen to see what they bring to the table. But before that, we're going to have a short break.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Okay, we're back, guys, and we are going to be getting into that second map soon enough here between Mouse NXT and Sampi. I mean, the first one was a blistering affair there for Mouse NXT. It was Sampi's map pick of Overpass, and Mouse NXT just steamrolled them, man. 13-2 was the result. Complete and utter domination. The individuals just looked so much better. Next up is going to be the pick of Mouse NXT, and it's Inferno that's going to be coming through. Now, Inferno is a bit of a peculiar one for Mouse NXT. They've only played it twice in the past 3 months, and they've lost it on both occasions. Now, historically, it's an awful map for Sampi in the past 3 months. Let me just quickly run the numbers again, but I know that they look incredibly bleak. I think they played it 15 times in the past 3 months and lost it 12 times, with 11 losses coming in a row. And just having a look at that once again, yeah, my suspicions are correct. So I guess if you're Mouse NXT and you're looking to integrate Inferno into your map pool, this is probably a good team to try and test it against, you know, allow for it to come through. They've also got the buffer right now of winning that first map, and you know what? Inferno's live, so let's jump straight in. All right, into Inferno we go. It is the choice of sides for Sampi, CT side for them, and they are running it down. Straight down middle, 3 players. Bestitch is watching from the back lines, but won't even be required because Savannah's just ripped their head right off of 2. My goodness, Mouse NXT, they are shell-shocked. Savannah, What are you doing, you madman? He has found himself 4 frags, and he will even get the ace as well. Wonderful work coming through from Savannah, running riot in the pistol round, and that's a statement made against Mouse NXT. Alright, follow-up round should be the easiest round that Sampi have had to play in the series so far. Only Glocks on that T side. Not a single upgraded pistol or any utility either. At this point of your Sampi, it's just about making sure that you don't lose any players. And how... I was going to say, how is Fino still alive right now? So many shots being missed from Mouse NXT. A stark contrast from what we actually saw in the series before, but they will still walk away with the frag. So at least they're able to get the kill. Sampi, good start here. They've been able to level up the amount of rounds they won on Overpass before this. So that'll make them feel better. First gun round upon us and a chance for Mouse NXT to get themselves on the board. If Sampi loses, they get $1,400, and if nobody stays alive, that's certainly not going to be enough for a full investment. They'll go for the Force, but what that means is it's a really good chance here for Mouse NXT to sink their teeth into this map. You know, you win this gun round 2-1, play against the Force, win that 2-all, then an anti-eco 3-2. So a big opportunity presenting itself right now for Mouse NXT, and they're going about the standard procedures here on Inferno, getting themselves banana control, and then going back and working in towards middle as far as I can tell. And there's still 3 players. Oh, never mind. As I say that, Mattis is going to start to head back over towards B. And now Mouse NXT, after getting this banana control, are going to flex their muscles in towards middle, I'm sure. There we go. Smoke left side coming through from the IGL. He still has a flash molly combo as well. But just the one smoke is going to be enough for him. It's the Eli who's getting aggressive. He's got support from Mattis as well. They're going to need Mattis to step in. They know there's still at least one player in this B-bomb site. They've spotted him. The spray through the smoke, not going to connect. And now Miles NXT have to make a decision. I think they're going to just go straight through the smoke here. You know, Savannah looking to try and lock down the line. And he'll find 2 kills. Wonderful work coming through from Savannah. Does he get another? My God, he is performing like an absolute beast right now on Inferno. An ace from him in the pistol, and he could get a second ace here in 3 rounds. It won't happen because Fino gets the frag, but Mouse NXT have dropped the ball in a massive way. They needed that trade to come much sooner. Alright, Miles NXT max round loss bonus behind. That means they can get a few upgraded pistols. That certainly should have been their round for the taking. Unfortunately for them, they dropped the ball, even though they did so well in that initial engagement or exchange in towards the top of Banana. But Savannah, once he had his say, that was the last say. However, the Elive and Savannah do try and contest Banana control here, and that's going to cost them quite heavily. More kills continue to come through here. That B-bomb site's been compromised. Fino, is he going to phase through the smoke as well? Bestich is on the opposite side of the map. My God, Fino. What a spray through the smoke to deny the bomb plant. And now it's on Crizzen. 1 versus 2. And Bestich has rotated across, which means there's now support in play for Fino. They're going to be working together. Crizzen wants to try and find a gunfight before he commits to the plant. He's running out of ammo here as well. And now Fino's taking ground. In towards the bomb site they go. And this has now become next to impossible for Crizzen. I don't think there's any way for him to recover this unless they line up, you know. Unless they line up, he's found the first spraying away. Oh my goodness, they've given it to him. They've decided to try and force the fights, and that has cost them everything here in the round. A disaster for Sampi. First of all, it was very aggressive the way they decided to try and contest Banana, but then they pushed into the site, and I guess their thought process is to trade, but they leave themselves so vulnerable to that double kill spray down. Exactly what transpires. Okay, big reprieve from Miles and XT, at least for Sampi. They're able to afford a full investment here, bar Mattis, who's been reduced to the 5-7. Now, if I'm Sampi, I'm getting Mattis on a rifle. That is a prerequisite. He's their star player. Good read coming through from Miles and XT as things stand. Sampi are stacked up towards the top of middle with 4 of their 5 players. It's only the E-Live over towards B right now. He's just been cycling through smokes to try and feign as though there's more than one player on that side of the map. Crizzen will keep them interested in towards the top of mid here as well. He's also got support from PR in Boiler, who's going to step out and yet have a one-on-one here with Fino because there's nobody towards the left side of middle. However, looks like Miles and XT are still going to finish off on the B bomb site here, which could prove to be a costly one. Does PR step out? He does. But Fino's the one to find the frag. And now that means that there's a good chance of Sampi making something happen because they've got the man advantage. Can they lock down the defense on this B bomb site? The flashes are phenomenal. Mattis with the 5-7, only going to be good for 1. And Miles and XT have done the job. If you're Sampi, surely you don't attempt the retake here in this round. Alright, Miles and XT start to build themselves now into this T side. They should have won the 3rd round, but that's okay because they've been able to win the 2 rounds thereafter. As for Sampi, they're going to have to save around the 2 guns that they've carried through into this round. At least they still have a little bit of firepower to work with here, I suppose. Miles and XT just keeping things very simple on this T side up until now. Getting banana control at the start of pretty much every single round so far. kind of just feeling out middle and then execing B. How long can they keep up with this approach is the question. Fino with the AK wants to try and make a play as he steps in towards the top of Banana, but Nexius is posted up on top of the half wall. AK not recoverable. Or it's in the smoke, so I guess they could actually pick it up here. But Miles and XT sitting pretty right now in the 5 versus 3 options available to them here as well. The Elive is going to take his AK and head across to A. I reckon maybe just going for the gamble, or at least watching the flank. Makes sense. You always want to go for a gamble in some sort of a situation like this. There's no point in playing the standard setup. Miles and XT are going to start to make their way in towards the safe bomb site. The Elive has rotated across. Bestitch is here along with his teammate on the pistol. Unfortunately, there's just too many players for him to try to deal with. 2 kills, not a bad result here for Sampy and the Eco. As they now will invest into this next round. We got a game in our hands here. No warp on the server for either side. I'm sure Fino's itching to get it in his paws, as we do see those 1xbet odds for the series heavily favoring Miles and XT, and that's understandable. They've been playing some wonderful Counter-Strike up until this point. Great kills to start off the round here for Sampy, and Fino's even found Nexius trying to phase through that balcony smoke. Everything going according to plan here for the CT side. Great work as they shut down the aggression in towards middle. That's going to get them the advantage and the lead here once again. And even just for their momentum and their confidence, it was really important that they won that round. More than enough money here for Miles NXT to reinvest again, but it is at the expense of a few AKs, so slightly handicapped in terms of the rifles they have at their disposal. Miles NXT slowing down the pace. Oh, Mattis. Wonderful peek down middle, and he goes back for thirds. I can't believe he even had the balls to go back for that third peek there. That was rambunctious coming through from Mattis, flexing his muscles. It's exactly what we're accustomed to see from him as an individual as well. Not afraid to make plays. Not afraid to get into the thick of things. And that's just shell-shocked Miles NXT, who have got no money in the bank as well. And I love to see that Mattis is happy to unsettle Miles NXT. He knows that they're inexperienced here on Inferno. That's why he can play with a little bit more freedom. And the stock standard approach for Miles NXT is to just try and get themselves in towards this B side here. It's the standard on Inferno, but they're not even going to attempt it. Just going to save their AKs. Makes sense, both PR and Nexius have got a little bit of money here, so the fact they don't get around loss bonus is really not much of a problem. And there you have it. Big round here for Miles NXT. They've decided to go for the force buy around the 2 guns that were carried through, and it's gotten off to a fairly poor start. This time we're seeing a contest from Sampion towards Banana, and it's worked out really well for the CT side. Miles NXT at least have been able to get some control in the meantime. This is a big gunfight from PR, and he connects the headshot. Sierra is being pushed upon here by the E-Live as he clears out the angle systematically. The crouch will work out for Mr. E-Live to get that kill. Best Stitch will find a frag as well, doing good work from Pit. The bomb is still towards T-Ramp right now. So there is no way back into this one here for the T side, surely, right? Surely there's no way in. Nichu, oh my god, he lands a headshot on Savannah. That's remarkable. Krisen loses out the gunfight with Mattis though, and that will be the end of the round. Nichu has to pull off something out of this world to clutch it with the Tech 9. And you know what? He might just, he's got the headshot. Look at Mattis. Not afraid to kind of just stand out in the open, and off angle for him. Nichu is going to step into the crosshair. And there's no chance here. He's so low. Mattis has it on lockdown. Kill comes through. And the round will be won by the CT side. So now Sampi put some distance between themselves and their opponents. Miles NXT going to have to settle for an eco, but this half has gotten away from them pretty quickly. 7-3, the guaranteed scoreline, assuming that Miles NXT can't make this eco work. And then, you know, they need at least 4. That's the bare minimum for Miles NXT on this T side. It was a big gamble for them to play Inferno coming into the series, and it certainly hasn't paid off as of yet. Yeah, I mean, Miles NXT is just going to look for damage. I don't even know if damage would mean much next round as the penultimate round of this first half. Maybe could come back to haunt Sampi in the last round of the half if they lose that next round, but it's looking pretty clean from them so far. That's a nice shot there from PR. He has impressed me with his mechanical ability. Of course, he's struggling right now in Inferno 2 for 7, but in general, he has done some very good work. Bomb plant there for Miles NXT is certainly going to be welcomed. And Krisen's got an AWP, connects on the first, but traded straight out. And now Nexius has to do the unthinkable with a Desert Eagle. 18 points of health. And HE would finish off the job, and he needed the instant headshot, not going to connect. And there we go. There's the kill going to come through with the nade as expected. And Sampi get the round on the board. 7-3. Looking very good for them. Tech pause, probably for PR, considering he hasn't spent any of his money yet. Alright, apparently just a ping issue for PR at the moment. Hopefully something that won't take too long to resolve. Miles NXT having some issues right now in Inferno, not looking nearly as good as they did on Overpass. Thankfully, tech pause resolved, and back into the game we will go. Really important gun run for Miles NXT. If they win this, yeah, $1,400 going into the bank of Sampi. That's a I mean, if nobody stays alive and carries the gun through, that would leave them somewhat handicapped going into the last round of the half. So 7-5, certainly not an unfathomable halftime scoreline here for Mouse NXT. But it's going to require a big round out of them here, and it's Fino who draws first blood with his sniper rifle. Looking so good on the defense. I mean, Miles NXT just poking and prodding, forcing gunfights. Nothing's working out for them. Looking like a completely different team compared to what we saw on Overpass. And you can just see the lack of reps, the lack of experience, and their struggles in general here prevalent on Inferno. Barely any opening kills throughout this half. Never really getting in any power positions. We haven't seen them force rotations and then exec on the weaker bomb site. Sampi have shut them out of this game emphatically. A formality from here for Nitu. And there we go, job done. 8-3 scoreline locked in. I guess Miles NXT with that bomb plant in the eco round preceding that round. In the 10th round, it carried a bit of extra money over. So at least for them, it will still be AKs across the board and Mac 10. But I wouldn't mind seeing a tactical pause here from Miles NXT. You know, where's the think tank? PR's got just 2 kills, 4 for Nexius. As for Sampi, well, they're going to be feeling very good. Savannah, he got an ace in the pistol, a quad kill in the 3rd round. Bino and Mattis have done a lot of work in these gun rounds as well. And it's going to require a monster CT side from Miles NXT if they're going to stand any chance of coming back here on Inferno. Yeah, are going to get pushed here by Mattis. That's an important frag back to just get the advantage in Miles NXT's favor. Like I said, 8-4 is the rock bottom bare minimum here that Miles NXT can afford to carry into their CT side. Anything less than that, and I would pretty much write them off the back of this first half performance. Vestige is just trying to tuck himself in towards mini pit right now, and he hasn't actually been cleared. Nobody's checked for him. Nichu's going to be the one to do it, but PR drops off the balcony at the same time. So a nice little interplay between the two of them as they're able to root that player out, and now the retake is on the cards. We've got a couple kits and a flashbang. Nexius has got 37 health. PR around half health as well. Nexius posted on the angle, connects on the shots, and with that should be the job done. Don't really see any way back into this one here. And there we go. We have it. An 8-4 halftime scoreline. I did sort of say I thought that would be the minimum that Miles NXT could afford to carry through. As you can see, those 1x bet odds have certainly come back closer since we've seen the success from Sampi on their CT side. Can they continue with that into the T side? That's the question. That's what we're going to be watching closely right now. Alright, Miles NXT, must-win pistol round coming through here for them. Make the scoreline 8-5. If they can deny the bomb plant, that would be even better, but at this point, they'll take them however they come. Big dink. My goodness, Nexius has his bell rung, and with just 2 points of health, he will be able to fall back to say bomb site looking so vulnerable right now. I mean, Nitu and Nexius have got 102 health between them, and Miles and NXT now start to realize what's going on here as they've taken that banana control and they look to try and push their way around. The longer Sampy take, the further forward they'll get on the flank, but I don't think that flank's going to be having much of an impact here. Nexius won't even find a single kill. Nitu does find a tap, but he needs more than just the one kill. Needs at least a second. Rotations have come through though. They've arrived on the scene. Is it just in time? That's the question. Mattis has a dink, but loses his life out straight afterwards. And Fino certainly still has a chance here in the clutch. The problem is the time. There's 25 seconds left on the clock. He still has to recover the bomb, try get these kills, and go for the plants. I just don't think it's going to happen here for Fino. And there we go. Sierra will swing out from apartments and get that frag. 8-5. Vital pistol round 1 here by Mouse NXT. Alright, full eco coming through for the T side, and they've actually been able to find the opening kill. I don't know why Miles NXT are insistent on doing this. They did it on Overpass as well, where they got aggressive in their anti-eco rounds, and it cost them heavily. They almost lost that round. They've lost the opening pick here as well. You don't have to play aggressively in these sorts of rounds. You don't have to force the issue. You're just that padding at that point. Need to see more discipline out of this young team, that's for sure, in these sorts of rounds. Not doing themselves any favors, because they're not able to carry the economy through that they need to. And now they've gone for the gamble stack. PR's here by himself. He has no utility. Why are they going for the gamble stack against the pistols? Especially leaving somebody who has no util here by themselves. He's had his bell rung twice. Thankfully, Sierra arrives on the scene, and well, PR could still be in trouble, and he is. He's gone down. Miles NXT, they need to brush up on these anti-eco rounds, man. Just giving up too much ground and making too many questionable decisions. I don't think they're going to lose another player from here. Vestige unarmored with the FAMAS should be falling prey fairly soon. Certainly not going to want to stay alive here, considering the fact that, yeah, I mean, he has the money to buy armor up in the next round, but he doesn't want a FAMAS, right? He wants an AK. And he will walk into Crizzen, who's been able to finish off the job with that MP9. 8-6 Miles NXT reduced the gap to 2 rounds, but they're still chasing the game. Great way for Nexius to open up this gun round, just tapping through the smoke dispatches of Fino. When you have Fino in that situation, there's not much you can do about that. You just got to accept your fate. Such an important gun round for Miles NXT, just to continue to build themselves into the CT side. As the T side, after losing that opening pick, have decided to now go for an execute in towards A. And it's going to just be all 4 players making their way up lane into this bomb site. They've got smokes, they've got flashes as well. Miles and NXT have got a double pit set up in being employed right now. Nitu was spotted in big pits. The information now available for this T side. It's going to be Nexius who's kind of getting baited in as a result, though, on top of the balcony right now. They're biding their time. They're hoping Nitu is going to peek, and Crizzen taking a bit of chip damage. Nexius now the 1-0. It is not looking good from him. Eventually, he does still somehow get that frag. And the E-Live fakes the plant. I thought he should have just gone for the plant to try and lock it in, because now they're going to converge upon his position. And it's going to require something remarkable for the E-Live to try and win this. And you know what? He might be on for it. Running out of ammo, though. He's got the kill with the Glock. Are you kidding? It's only PR left. The E-Live has no health. And that will cost him his life. My god, I was questioning the decision to go for the fake there in the 1 versus 4. I thought the money would have been far better locked in. And it does mean Sampi are going to go for the force buy here. Despite the fact they don't get the bomb down, they know how much damage they've inflicted to Miles NXT's economy, so they want to keep up the pressure on this T side. It's a high risk, high reward decision though. The risk is that if you lose this 8 all into the eco becomes 9-8, and at that point you're chasing the series already and you're chasing the map as well. And Miles NXT, are they really going to get aggressive here, man? Oh my goodness, it looks like it, but Nexus has just lost his life out, and I don't know, man. Just seems like they're forcing the issue too much. Prison misses all of his shots. Nitio will go down here as well. And Miles and XT have just completely... They didn't even stand a chance in that round after losing the first frag, chasing their losses, trying to get the trades, committing more players into the setup. They go down as well. And that's the round over for Miles and XT. I don't like that push down middle from Nexius, especially with the smokes that they've thrown. It's just telegraphed from the T side there that there must be somebody getting aggressive. He's got a FAMAS as well. Nobody to support him. You never give yourself a chance in the defense at that point. You're just going all in. And they wouldn't have known it was a force buy either, so maybe would have expected an eco. So again, wouldn't make any sense to be making that sort of a play against an eco. See around the off angle, will best the E-Live, so at least he's able to find that frag as a result. Terrorists win. 9-7, vital gun round going the way of Sampi, just punishing Miles NXT's aggression, and well, from there just waltzing into the vacant bomb site. Doesn't really get easier than that. Force buy in response from the CT side, and guess what? They're getting aggressive. Running down, contesting second middle, getting demolished. And it's going to be a 10-7 scoreline. Yeah, Miles and XT have got a lot to work on here on Inferno. Clearly a map that is still certainly not in their wheelhouse. $10-7, and it's going to have to be an eco here for Miles and XT in this next round as well. Means 11-7 pretty much locked in, and they haven't even given themselves a chance on the CT side. This is my problem in that first gun round. They haven't actually been able to defend the bomb sites because they're just playing aggressively. And maybe it's like the CS2 thing where you don't want to just sit back and hold angles. You want to try and be more proactive on the defense, but it's just been too much from them. It's just been too much, unfortunately. You could see there was a good balance from Sampi in terms of the aggression and the passive approach on their CT side, and it worked out well for them. Prison with that hero AK is going to have to be the hero in the round, but Fino is already dispatched of that rifle, and there goes any chance in the round for Miles and XT. Fino is looking well oiled here on Inferno, man. He's been very impressive on his individual level, as is Mattis, but that's just expected with Mattis at this point. I'm kind of wondering with Mattis if we might see some sort of a promotion to like the tier 1.5 level. And unfortunately, it wouldn't be in a regional sense, right? Because, well, there aren't any Slovakian teams at that level. I mean, you got Sinners who are from the Czech Republic. So maybe something, you know, a bit more of an international project for Mattis could be an option. He's just been putting up such good numbers consistently at this point. It feels like he deserves a shot, right? Honestly, like if Ents went through some major changes, that might not be the worst option. Maybe a team like Apex, if they struggled, could consider somebody like Mattis. Who else would be a good option? Those are kind of the two that come to mind immediately. Alright, Miles and NXT, they now have a gun round at their disposal, and, well, they're not going to just be running it straight down middle and fighting in towards second mid at the start of the round. They're going to try to mount a bit of a defense here, which I'm happy to see. They've actually realized that they've flipped sides, and they're not on the T side anymore. Jokes aside, let's see what they can do now. 3 players towards the top of middle, a 4th rotating through. They've left PR by himself in Banana. Wondering if there's any utility that's been dropped for him, because only got a nade and a flash combination. Normally you want a smoke and a molly or something of those sorts to buy time for rotations to come through from your teammates. And it does look like we're going to have a massive exchange in towards middle here between these two teams. Fino, whoa, he gets so close there. Smoke plumes, but Vestige coming out of Boiler will find one. However, there's a good response out of the CT side as they've stacked up the numbers in middle. It has paid off for them. Nade is going to be very well timed out of PR as well. Oh no, Fino. He gets completely blinded up by PR. He decides to just go for the timing shot in case there's a swing coming through. Little does he know, Savannah's actually run into his scope at that moment. And so he's just demolished his teammate. Okay. 11-8. The imminent scoreline. Unless the Eli and Fino can find a way to recover. It's not impossible. Even if they trade 2 for 1 here and they leave one of the 2 remaining players in a 1 versus 2 post plant, that would still certainly be doable. But Sira, in conjunction with Nichu, going to look to try and make sure that's not the case. And it's a bit rough for Fino. He's got the AWP, but he doesn't have the luxury of holding the angle because he's also got the bomb on his back, so he has to push forward. And yeah, unfortunately, after losing his teammates, he's just going to call it a day. So Miles and XT, they keep themselves alive by the skin of their teeth, but there's still so much work to be done here if they're going to recover. Stampy with more than enough money to afford the buy here, and even in the round after this, they could kind of justify a force buy if they inflict enough damage. There's 4 players for Miles and XT on the same bomb site. Once again, it's going to be a waterfall out of apartments coming through. Nitu finds one, but now they know exactly where he is. This is where he needs a teammate to come into the fray, and the crossfire is executed perfectly from the CT side. There's even an extra player now that's been added to the defense. That's Nexius, and it's only Fino left. PR's already crept into the corner at the bottom of middle, and Miles and XT now showing signs of life, and they're looking so much better when they're actually playing the defense from the sites themselves, instead of actually pushing down middle, pushing down second middle, setting up these crossfires, playing off of one another, giving themselves a chance in the round. It looks so much better. Kira gonna get run over by the Tech 9, and PR is just backtracking at this point. My god, he's been dinked. This is a problem. He's trailing back in towards coffins now, and he might be put in a coffin here as well. It's actually just a fake in towards this B bomb site, though. They need to send Nexius back towards A. It's only Nichu who's on A right now. Mattis, in the meantime, is wrapped around apartments, and this is looking very problematic here for the CT side. Nichu, I mean, how does he get a multi-kill from this position, if even a frag alone? I don't know, Miles and XT, they haven't seemed to realize. Nichu, you saw him on your screen, lad. There we go. He needs at least a multi, and he will find a second. Okay. Big double kill coming through from Nichu. But Sampy is certainly not going to count them out of this one. AK armor on Mattis is always dangerous. PR's only got 9 points of health. The fresh smoke in towards Moto as well is going to make life difficult for PR to join up with his teammates on the retake. Mattis is playing behind the default box. Really good timing on the peak to come through. The Eli misses his shots. That's a disaster. And Mattis won't be able to finish the job. PR pushes through the smoke at the perfect moment. The Eli missing the deagle shots. The player with his back turned. Supposed to be the easiest kill, but fluffs his lines. He gets turned and burned. Miles and XT up to double digits. They take a lot of economic damage in the process, but they've gotten double digits. Massive gun round here for Miles and XT. If they can win this, they level it up once again, and at that point, Sampy would be reduced to an eco if they can't find a plant. Oh, but Fino's going on an explorative mission up middle very early on in the round. Prison's just posted on the angle, though, but he misses a shot. That's a bad miss coming through. Really needed to get that kill for his team. Nexius, I thought he might peek there. Prison does get a frag back, though. And Sampy going to be looking a little bit shell-shocked right now. How do they go about their business is the question. How do they try and recover the round? A man down. Fino wants to phase the smoke, but Krizen's ready for it. Brilliant awareness out of Krizen. And it's all down to the Elive and Bestich to try and get this round back on track. The Elive says, lad, can we go back through Boiler, please? Maybe even try and burst out of apartments here. Plenty options available for them as they look to try and make a decision. Peter is now flanking them from Banana. Going to close the door in on the round here. Bestich kind of peers in the direction to try and consider a flank, but unfortunately, he only looks in that direction to see his transgressor. PR will finish off the job 11-all. Miles and XT, I'm going to say it again, like I was quite critical of them for how they were approaching their CT side initially, getting very aggressive in middle, and they're looking so much better since they've decided to just tone down the pace a little bit here. Set up the defenses, force Sampy to make the moves. Don't give them the early gunfights. It's looked a lot more convincing out of Miles and XT. The winner of this round will get themselves a map point. If it's Miles and XT, it would be a series point as well. And considering the fact that they're playing against an eco, ultimately, you got to back them to get the job done. Sierra, what in God's name are you doing with that push? I mean, listen, I understand the flank if they're like executing A or something like that, but against the eco, you've just completely given them away in the round. You were the only player on the B bomb site. That's what you call getting too hungry for frags. PR will get one back through the smoke. So it's still very recoverable right now for Miles NXT, Vestige, and Fino able to get kills with their Tech 9s, and the Eli will find a plant, which is going to be somewhat negligible considering they were max round loss bonus anyway. But can he find a way to win the clutch? That's the big question. No kits on Crizzen, only one here on Nitu, and the Eli is looking to just try and play around the wall. He hits the instant shot, but then backs up into Nitu. And Miles and XT are going to breathe a massive sigh of relief. If you're Syria in that situation, there's literally no need to be pushing down Banana. You're the only player on that side of the map. And listen, it's not like Sampy were forcing the issue in A, bursting out of apps, you know, pressuring middle. They still had top mid control to the CT side. So what are you expecting to get the flank, you know, get from that flank? At that point, you've got to realize there's a very good chance that somebody's got to be looking in your direction, right? Oh man, Fino, so unfortunate. Hits the leg shots on Nexius, but then loses his life out through the smoke. Nexius says, Crizzen, if you don't mind, will you pass me that AWP? And Sampy have to win this round to force it into overtime. Savannah's trying to phase through a smoke there. That'll cost him his life. Nade is going to be a great one onto PR. But it's a 5 versus 3 right now here for Sampy to recover to force us into OT. It's a tall order, but it's a must. Crizzen. Oh man, Miles and XT. Why? Why is he doing that? Nityu's gonna also hang around here right now and spam the smoke. These guys are so brave. They're giving me anxiety. 5v3, lads. You don't have to go for these smoke spams and these gamble plays. And still 50 seconds on the clock here. Oh my goodness. Did PR spot the AWP? He did. He's so brave. And it looks like we will see Sampy try and finish off towards the say bomb site. They've actually got a really good read and handle hold here, considering it's a 4 versus 3. Nexius with his AWP is in a pretty awkward position right now as well. Can he get a line is the question. Sierra's going to be spotting the cross and archers, and he finds a massive frag on Mattis. Nexius with his AWP is able to get a kill as well. It's only the stand-in left remaining to try and clutch 1 versus 4. There's no time, and it's not going to happen. Miles NXT have recovered here on Inferno. Great work coming through from them. They were down 11-8 at one point, I believe, and they win 5 rounds in a row to finish off the job 13-11, and with that, the series 2-0. We couldn't have had a more stark contrast between the two maps that we played here. 13-2 on the first, complete and utter domination coming through from Miles NXT, and then 13-11, all 24 rounds required on Inferno. It was Miles NXT's pick, and it was their first win on the map in the past 3 months, so that'll give them a bit of confidence. A lot to work on the map for them, but they do win the series 2-0, and with that, they book themselves a spot in the playoffs. So good work coming through for Miles NXT. They'll be happy with that. It was unfortunate for Sampy, the fact that they had to play with the stand-in. They certainly would have been, in better shape had Tag been a part of things. Vestige did decently as well, got to be said, as a stand-in. But that is going to be the end of the first game of the day. The next match after this is going to be the Witchers taking on Forza. So I'm certainly looking forward to that one. It's Smooya's team, the Witchers, playing alongside Fear, Cynics, and the lads, and then Forza, obviously Shelfie, the leader of that one, that team, should I say. And I'll break that game down before we get into it. But we are going to be taking a bit of an extended break. We will be back in about an hour and 20 minutes or so, guys, before we do get into that next series. So enjoy the extended break, and we'll be getting into that next game in about an hour or so.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Cause with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh shit, not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to another episode of the CCT podcast.
We've got a ton to talk about, man. There's just so much action.
It feels like it's never ending.
Hey guys, we have another interview for you today. Very special guest, Speedy.
First, a funny thing, they also call me Grandpa in my team because I'm so old.
What are your general thoughts on what might come for the next couple of months of CS2?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Alright, hello everybody. We are back from our extended break. From the first game into the second we go, and it is going to be Fours versus the Witches up next. Previously, we had Mouse NXT versus Sampi, which went the way of Mouse NXT, a 2-0 victory. Of course, it has to be mentioned the fact that Sampi did play with a stand-in, so we were always expecting him to struggle a little bit. But I'm looking forward to this next game here, man. So let's bring up the schedule for the day, I think, first being Q. We can just familiarize everybody with exactly what they can expect going forward today. Fours versus the Witches, as I've already mentioned, that's going to be coming up now. And afterwards will be 9 Pandas versus Pompa to finish off the day. So that's what you guys have lined up in terms of the action. These are the high matches as well, which means the winners of these particular games will get themselves into the playoffs, while the losers will have to come back again and fight in that 2-2 bracket, where they will then stand a last chance to get through to the playoffs. So nobody going home today, and a chance to get through to the Chosen Land, the playoffs. I'd like to look at the Swiss standings quickly so everybody can just get an update as to how things have progressed so far here in the Swiss stage. As you can see, we have 5 teams that have been eliminated in Anonymous. Zero Tenacity, they had to forfeit their last game, which sent them into elimination. They were playing at a LAN event, which they actually won, so at least they justified the fact that they ended up forfeiting that particular game. 500, Team Spirits, and PG Tuadov have also all been eliminated. We've had Metasport, Project G, and Mouse NXT as our 3 teams that have gone through to the playoffs already, and the winner of this game will join them along with the winner of 9 Pandas versus Pompa. Let's get a look at the rosters for these teams, and we can, I think most people will be a lot more familiar with Fours than they will with the Witches. Of course, Fours have been playing some musical chairs in terms of their roster lately, bringing Crad back in the mix, sending Stinix to the academy team. Of course, Elian was playing for this team for a brief period as well. He's now also on the bench. They've brought Gokushima in his place, so he'll be wielding the AWP. I see Stinix is in the coach role, interestingly enough. I'm not sure how accurate that is. I know Fierce is the coach of Fours, so I'll try and check up on that to see what information I can get for you guys. My one concern, which has actually kind of proven to not be too much of a problem so far for Fours, is the fact that Shelfie is calling for this team. Now, I just, was worried because Shelfie's the king. He's the heaviest hitter in this team. He's a star rifler. You add the responsibility of having to call. Does that affect his individual game? So far, it's actually looked all right. Let's have a look at their opponents, the Witches. Now, originally, this team came together. I honestly thought it was just a mix for the event, but they've stuck together and they're actually, they're putting up some results, man. They beat both 500 and Ecstatic recently. That 2-0 win over Ecstatic certainly being the more impressive of the results. Soulfly, previously a part of Sangal, the Turkish rifler. Smooya, obviously very well known from his streaming career. Never really settled too much in a team. He's been here or there. Everybody knows how talented he is, and things are looking pretty good on a competitive level here for Smooya. He's been putting up some remarkable numbers in CS2 as of late as well, so good to see the form coming through from him. You've got Stame, who I know the least about. He came into this team as I'd say almost an unknown prospect to people outside of, maybe the Faceit scene or the streaming scene. So he's somebody that they took a gamble on, and it seems to be paying off. Just 18 years old. Cynics and Fear round out the roster. So you've got that Ukrainian core here in the Witches. Of course, Fear was a part of the Navi youth project as well. Cynics played in Amiga. So they've just kind of banded together, and we're seeing impressive results out of them. On paper, you'd say, yeah, Fours, this should be certainly their game to be taken, but I don't think it's super clear cut, Let's have a look at the veto. We can see which maps are going to get played here between these two teams. It's going to be Mirage picked by the Witches. That makes a lot of sense, just considering the individuals they have and their playstyle in general. It's the map that they played the most in the past 3 months, and they've had good results on it as well, beating the likes of Godsent, Entropic, Pompa, Stampy, 500. In fact, they've actually been very good on Mirage, have the Witches. It is still a decent map for Fours as well. I think any team that has Shelfie on the team will be good on Mirage. So 19 times played in the past 3 months. It is their second most played map. In fact, it's their most played map. So Fours not minding that Mirage pick in that regard. They've got the reps. Ancient picked in response is a great option for Fours. It's a punish pick against the Witches. Played it 8 times, only won it once, while Fours have played it 14 times. So they'll certainly back themselves there, and then Overpass will decide the series. So the way I see this is with both Ancients and Overpass featuring, it bodes super well for Fours. The Witches' best map is Vertigo, and that's Fours' permaban, so that's pretty rough here for the Witches. But you could also say the same for Nuke, right? Nuke is a great map, if not the best map for Fours, and that's the Witches permaban. So both teams kind of removing each other's core strength and kind of have to go to plan B, plan C in terms of the veto. Have a look at a head-to-head here. We can compare a couple players. It is going to be Resalt and Smooya. So, of course, Resalt the AWPer, 1.2 impact coming through from him. Smooya putting up very impressive numbers with a 1.31 impact. Certainly going to be hoping he can provide that level here again against the upper echelon team of Fours. Beating Ecstatic was decent. They currently rank 43rd, but Fours are a cut above that. They're sitting at 38, I believe, in the world at the moment. And so, yeah, they've certainly got their work cut out for them. We're going to throw this one into a bit of a break here, guys, while we wait for the players to get ready on the server. Once they're ready on Mirage, we'll be jumping into that first map, so don't go too far. We'll be back with the first map in a moment's time. All right, we are back and we're into the game. Here on Mirage, it is obviously the choice of sides for fours, and they're going to start on the CT side, and they open up with a kill as well. Smooya takes that P250 into ramp. He looks for some early contact, and he finds contact, but he loses his life as a result. And Gokushima, wow, what a way for him to double down. 2 kills coming through. It's now only Soulfly and Stame left remaining. And they are going to have a very tough time of it here in the 5 versus 2. Can at least maybe find a bomb plant. Problem is, rotations have come through thick and fast. Shelfie finishes off Soulfly. And, well, there's at least a single casualty in the round here. But that's going to be the only casualty in the round. Fours go up 1-0. Clean start to the map. And the Witches without a bomb plancher are going to have to settle for a save as a result coming into this next round. Soulfly does have a Desert Eagle. Means he's going to be reduced to an SMG or a Galil in that next gun round if he isn't able to get a couple of kills here to try and justify the investment. Smooya also dipping his toes. And they've got the big stack in lowers, hoping that somebody drops down out of snipers. Gokushima's considering it. And if he does, well, he drops into 4 pistol players. Shelfie also on the brink, man. I mean, it's become a pretty popular option in the full eco and the T side. All stack up, cheerleader stack in lowers. Hope somebody peeks into you. Gonna be Shelfie who gets walked in on here. And he will be traded out, but it's gonna be the only kill in the round here, I assume. Although, Smooya, nice positioning from him. Tucked in behind the wall. But Gokushima does go back and look in that direction. Okay, so they don't completely discount the fact that there could be somebody in towards lowers. And that is going to be a second round on the board here for fours. First gun round coming through for the Witches, and now you can see the effect of them going for those Desert Eagle purchases. Smooya sells his AK. Remember, he's not playing a pug right now. He needs some utility on the C side, so he'll probably go Galil full util along with Soulfly. And that's the price you have to pay. If you're going to go for the Deagle in the second round without getting any kills in the pistol, down to $1,300, no frags means you should have to play with the Galil in this next round. It's almost a little bit selfish in a way, I think. Personally, buying up a Deag and then still going AK armor in the next round. Look how light they are on utility. But maybe if he can make good with the AK, never mind. He's already dead. So that is going to be an early man advantage coming through for fours. Late take in towards middle coming through for the T side. And they will get control. Problem is how light they are on utility when it comes to the exec, and CT's answer back with a smoke of their own. One smoke cancels out the other. Still plenty time left on the clock here, despite the fact that the Witches have lost Smuya early on and towards apartments. They have gotten themselves in a decent position. And it's actually quite a lean over towards the B side of the map from Force. 2 players on the side, 1 on Catwalk as well. Shelfie's peek out of ladder room is well timed. And Gokushima, off the back of the attention being taken in towards Catwalk, gets a frag as well. Stame's position now made known in Palace. Cynics has been waiting, or Fear rather, has been waiting so patiently in towards snipers, and he's found a bit of a gap. Never mind, Tania's already watching for this. Great patience coming through from the Belarus rifler. And Stame is now just going to try and save his AK at this point, but Crad people, got the shotgun, he wants your head. And unfortunately, he will be denied. Shelfie finds the frag. It's okay. It's only the shotgun that hits the deck. Not much of a problem. Alright, it's going to be an eco out of the T side. Upgraded pistols across the board. Max round loss bonus behind them. It's the standard. I love calling this myself. You can smoke both market door and market window from that position. Flash over the top and they barrel their way forward. Tania is committed. And that means he's only going to be good for the 1 kill. Do they go through the molly? Oh, Stain's taking so much damage. Shelty waits for them to extinguish it because he knows he can then try and punish them as they come through that smoke grenade. Really well played from Shelfie. Either the molly keeps him at bay or they have to smoke it off, and then he has an advantage off the back of that. Gokushima legs Smuya. Doesn't seem like he's necessarily aware of that. Result will come through with the backstab. I don't know if he'll actually go for the backstab itself. No. Wants to make sure that one of his teammates doesn't maybe get caught off and lose an unnecessary life, at which point the $1,500 for the knife is just not worth it. And it's a good job out of Fours to deny that full round loss bonus eco. Lose 2 players in the process. They start to accrue a bit of money on the CT side. 4-0. And now it gets to crunch time for the Witches. Wow, Shelfie making a play through low as he goes, finds the first frag. Cynics is ready for Gokushima though. Great crosshair placement. A bit questionable, Gokushima's decision to get aggressive, especially after Shelfie just made a play in lowers and found that frag. They continue to make plays even though they've got advantages. Through the smoke, Shelfie goes. Insanity coming through from the CT side. Thankfully for Result, he spotted out Cynic, so he's got the information that there's one deep in towards Market. Soulfly has to get that bomb on the site, activate the C4, which is going to happen, and that will send Fours into retake territory. They don't want to go through Market because they know there was deep control of Market taken up initially by the T side. They've got 2 kits and a smoke grenade, and it's going to be 2 players from Catwalk, and then 1 coming through apartments. No AWP for the T side. Soulfly and Cynics looking to get the first round on the board here for their team. Soulfly's position made known. Cynics is in a fiendish position, boosted up on the box, so, and Soulfly's doing the Lord's work with his multi-kill. Crad desperately trying to find the frag, but it's his head that will be found, and now Shelfie has an impossible job. No time left remaining. Cynics will drop off the box. Shelfie's just trying to get out of there alive. Neither of them will survive, but the round will go the way of the Witches, and they get themselves on the board. A much-needed round going their way. Right, well, I did mention that Force had been able to build up some money in the process of losing the rounds that they did, so at least they do have a reinvestment after losing that round. Probably a round they shouldn't have lost considering the way that things had started, right? Shelfie getting that kill in lowers, but then Gokushima pushes Apt, he goes down, and then there's the player on top of the pillar on Catwalk, he goes down. Just a lot of unnecessary aggression, I'd say. You know, Resalt's very lucky that that support smoke comes through from Catwalk so he can get out of dodge alive. Molly smoke combo looking to flush him out of position. He can actually take that position up once again. They know where he is though, and he finds a frag. Can he get out of dodge completely? It looks like a Crad, the next man called into action. He spots another player towards ramp. Everything falling in place for Fours right now. It's only Fear left remaining. And, well, I mean, he's got a Mac 10. So it's not even like he's getting excited about potentially saving his gun and carrying it through into the next round here. Probably just going to commit himself to death. And it's going to be a 5th round on the board here for Fours. The Witches have opted for a force buy here coming into the 7th, and they're trying to change up the direction in towards A. They go. And it wasn't the greatest start to the round, but they have found 2 kills in response here. Smooya's AK still in play. Probably wants to try and drop that across to a teammate who's got more health than him. Bomb plant immediately found as well, so it's actually put the pressure onto Fours here. They have to make a retake happen, and Smooya is a man on a mission. He's wrapping the entire way back through T-spawn right now, but the bomb's planted default, lad. That's, yeah, this isn't a great call on paper with the bomb being planted default, but maybe he can catch them on the retake. The question is, how much does he want to play for here? And that diffuser is going to get stuck. You've got Stame inside of Palace. He lands a really nice shot. Can he deny the diffuse and the smoke is the question. So close, but it's not going to happen. And Smooya's position is rendered useless because the bomb was planted default. Had he stuck around ramp, maybe he could have had more impact. And that's just unfortunate. Whether it was a miscommunication or he knew that was the case and he just decided to go for it anyway, doesn't really matter. But 6-1, force buy unsuccessful. However, the Witches with that bomb plant and the max round loss bonus behind them will comfortably be able to afford a buy here in the next round. Great opening kill coming through from Soulfly, and Gokushima is lucky to have only taken 20 damage. I just noticed, it wasn't a force buy there from the Witches in the previous round. Just having a look on the stream once again, I clearly just saw Fear's money and Smooya had the AK dropped, so that's my bad. It wasn't actually a force in the previous. And this round is looking phenomenal for the Witches. Soulfly, 2 kills coming through from him. Finally some blood drawn here for Fours, but I don't think there's any way to recover this round, if I'm being completely honest. Tania will phase through that smoke. On towards stairs he goes. But Stame is looking in this direction, and, well, Tania wanted to just try and deny the bomb plant itself, but inadvertently ends up exposing himself to a plethora of players. And it is going to be another round on the board for the Witches, and also great economic damage being dealt here. If you're Fours, you should not be buying here. You get $1,900 if you lose this round. That's more than enough to afford a full buy in the next. Gokushima should save most of his money to get the AWP armor. Tania, well, he could drop a couple deagles, and then you still have a little bit to work with in the round here, but yeah, I'd like to see them just eco here. Nice flash play in towards ramp coming through. Good damage done, and Stain's actually going to lose his life out. The bomb carrier Cynics wants nothing more to do with that, understandably so. Krad picks up the AK, and I do like this call from the Witches. They've kind of realized, okay, there has to be some space over towards that B bomb site, and they will assume control. Tanier's the only one there with the P250 in play. He's just trying to keep them at bay. Rotations are coming through thick and fast here. Krad can't do anything with the AK though, unfortunately, and okay, that is going to be the round over. I mean, I suppose at least a bit of damage inflicted. Couple kills. Selfie would love to find one more, but it's not going to happen. Soulfly finishes off the job, and the Witches find their third. So now they've got the ball rolling here on their T side. Got a bit of momentum behind them, a few points on the board. And it comes down to this gun round. This is going to be the gun round that sort of determines the direction we go in from here, I reckon. If Fours can win this gun round, they certainly maintain their position in the driver's seat. Whereas if the Witches win it, 6-4 becomes 6-5, and at that point, they've completely recovered the half. Despite the fact they were down 6-1 at one point. And it's going to be a big exec in towards this A bomb site. They're just moving around with this pack-based mentality. Krad is going to get ahead of their CT smoke, and my goodness, Krad has inflicted so much damage. That's remarkable. Gotten a kill onto Fear as well. Fear's having an awful time of it on Mirage so far. Does Cynics want to go through the CT smoke? Yeah, especially since Krad has lost his life out. That's a lot of ground to be taken. Bomb plant comes through as well. And Cynics has got himself tucked in towards CT. Fours have no idea that he's here right now. And it's going to be Result who pays the price. Yeah, not even looking in that direction. Bit of trigger discipline from Cynics. Playing this to absolute perfection. Oh, but he fluffs his lines on the first shot, so it's only going to be the one kill that comes through from him. Does somewhat keep the door open here for the retake in a round that should have been locked out with his position. Tanier has now found Soulfly. Tanier is doing work after being afforded his life. Muya's going to get mollied out. Oh, it's all fallen apart. That sucks for Cynics, man. Tanier's the only player with the kit. He's the one on the defuse. And yeah, I mean, Cynics, you can't really say much besides the fact that missing that first snapshot was the problem. Hits the second one, but the player he missed initially punishes him. And that will result in the round going the way of Fours. At least the Witches have built up a massive amount of money in the process of winning the rounds they did, so a reinvestment will come through. But Fours have now locked in the half win at the bare minimum, so they're going to be feeling good about the position that they're in right now. Oh my goodness, Smooya holding that angle. Gokushima peeks into his scope. And, well, it's Gokushima who still walks away with the frag. Should never be that way. Krad is in a bit of a rough position. Stame has spotted him. The flash forces Stame backwards. Krad is hunting, pre-firing, and fragging. How does he get that second kill, though? That's incredible out of Krad. And Result will find this frag with ease, I assume. Yeah, maybe not as easy as I expected, but frag does still go his way. (8-3). Fours making sure that they take a commanding lead into their T side. And it's going to be Shelfie who looks to make a play here as well. The AWP is boosted up top of middle. And, well, Shelfie decides against continuing to aggress, which is actually the right call because would have been pushing into a lot of players. They eventually push into him, and Shelfie will find a frag before he goes down. Not a bad result coming through from him. And there's more aggression. My goodness, the CTs are just throwing everything in towards middle at this point. It's only Stame left remaining. Now they know exactly where he is. The bomb's towards top mid. I mean, Fours wouldn't know that, but they all just hold the angle that Stame peeks into, and that's going to be a 9-3 halftime scoreline. Massive pistol around here for the Witches on their own map pick. They have to win here. There's just no two ways about it. And Cynics, he's hearing all these footsteps. He's called to the rotations as well. You can see on the minimap players desperately trying to get across towards that part of the map. Two players get out of apps. The bomb carrier's made his way through as well. You don't have to take these fights though with the bomb as the bomb carrier. You need to get that C4 on the site. And Fear, well, he strikes his namesake into the enemies. There's a man advantage for the Witches, but a couple of them have been brought down low. Cynics will find another important kill. The USPs reign supreme. Look at how low all four of the remaining players are here for the CT side. Barely even making up 100 HP between the four of them. But they win the round. And that's all they'll care about right now. That's all that matters to them. They get the points on the board. Of course, with Fours getting that bomb plant in the pistol round that they lose, they will be able to go for a decent investment here in the follow-up. And they've got plenty firepower, and they've got some utility as well. Crad, the tip of the spear. In towards the A-bomb side he goes. Molly to flush the player out from underneath. Palestame actually does eventually get displaced. Soulfly swings, he dinks the player deep and frags the player close. That's incredible, that spray transfer from Soulfly. Trad and Gokushima, they're limping their way forward. Trade's the name of the game. The bomb's still committed to Tetris though, that's the problem. You've got Cynics who's in towards CT, and he gets a huge kill. There's no chance for Gokushima. I mean, Resalt's taking CT control while Gokushima's tapped in towards Palace. So, Tetris. And that's just going to be pretty much round over, I reckon. Force by not going to be successful, and the Witches continue to claw their way back here. Gokushima could get a bomb plant here at the bare minimum. That would certainly be welcomed. Of course, he's going to be worried about the prospect of somebody being in towards CT. Recovers an AUG, and he's just going to go for it balls deep. He will find that bomb plant. There's no way Gokushima clutches this, though, right? Surely not. I mean, with only 18 points of health, I suppose Cynics is also fairly low. Tap the defuse, but they're not sticking it. Gokushima calls their bluff, but Fear will eventually swing out and find him towards ramp. There we go. Good work coming through on the retake. At least Gokushima finds the plant, though. Like I said, that will still be something that they're content with. I wonder if Fours go for another Force Spy here. They know that the Witches' economy is going to be up against the ropes with them having to reinvest on 3 players. That's exactly what they'd be discussing right now, and they've decided against it. It's just going to be the half buy, and this makes more sense. You've got a lot of room to play with. The Force buy would be an incredibly risky decision. They're just going to be looking for some damage here. They've got no utility at all, so it's going to come down to the gunfight. Spread themselves out with the Desert Eagles and see if anybody can get anything done. Krat does spot 1 in snipers. Soulfly is in the top mid-smoke right now, and Fours are never going to expect this. So as soon as Soulfly is able to activate, it's going to be a shooting range for him. Although, how many can he get there from his position? His teammates are getting the job done in the meantime. Okay, there we go. Just the 1 frag. That was looking pretty concerning at one point, and Fours will still get a bomb plant out of this. So that's a decent result for them, I would say. Can Shelfie find another frag? He can. My goodness, that's a beautiful deep kill coming through from him. One more maybe, Shelfie? You got it in you? Oh, no. Sheriff misses. And it is going to be the 9-6 scoreline. First gun round of the second half is upon us, and this is where the Witches need to proceed with caution. Not like they've been able to build up much of a buffer economically. Yeah, if they lose this round, they only get $1,400. And if nobody stays alive, then they're not going to be able to afford an investment into the next. Balls seem to have a very good read on the situation right now, with players in towards apartments super early on in the round. Smooya has rotated across with his AWP, though. He looks to get himself in position. He's got some support, I suppose, with Fear in ladder room, so not too far away from joining up with Smooya. And there we go, Smooya's got a job to do, and he will connect on the first shot. Good kill coming through from him. It's a 5 versus 3 off the bat, and Fours have got nothing to show for it. It's Shelfie who's in connector right now, and there's a huge flank coming through from Soulfly as well. Oh, a little bit slow on the trigger there from Mr. Soulfly, but he will still find that important frag. Things are going swimmingly here for the Witches on their CT side. 9-3 down in the half, but this is about to be their 4th consecutive round. And they might not even suffer a single casualty here. Soulfly has now been making plays in towards middle regularly. And Stame finishes off the job 9-7, and it isn't going to be an investment into this next round. Okay, I mean, they could go for it. It's only Gokushima who's down to $3,500. Everybody else can get AK armor and a little bit of utility. Maybe one player settles for a Galil to get the full belt, but I wouldn't mind a pause here from Fours. Just to slow things down here, yet to get around on their T side. They've come close a couple times, but they haven't gotten across the line. That's a big kill out of Tania. They have indeed gone for the investments. It's just Gokushima on that Galil, and they've got full control of middle. But have a look at the Witches. They're really stacked up on the safe bomb site right now. That's exactly where the T side are headed. Stame is able to trade out the Palace player, Gokushima. I guess he's the AWPer for a reason. Speaking of AWPers, Smooya does get a kill back. It's the double AWP setup, and both of them are going to be in towards CT here. Smooya actually has a bit of a gap here. He's trying to force the issue, but he pushes straight into Shelfie's AK, and now Cynic assumes the same position with his AWP. And although he finds a frag, he gets traded straight out. So that is indeed going to be the 10-7 scoreline. Finally, Four's able to get around back here, taking them longer than what they would have liked, but they've got the point on the board. Talking about the second half, of course. The Witches can afford a reinvestment here. It's a decent one at that. If Fours win this round, though, then you would almost say that could be the map, right? Because it's 11-7, no money for the CTs becomes 12-7. That's going to be a very tough position to recover from. Oh, Smooya, that's a shot you expect him to hit in a good position. Follow up a bit more difficult. Middle control being taken here by the T side as Crad will jump his way into snipers. Soulfly peering in that direction. Gets dragged out. Resold steps into Cynics. Great opening kills coming through here for the T side. Crad takes it one step further. Stame is now in such a difficult place on the safe bomb side. He gets completely overwhelmed, and this has been a flawless round out of Fours. 4 kills coming through for 4 different players. And at this point, Fierce is hoping to save his M4. And even if he gets the kill here onto Tania, he's not going to expect to play a TV room. Another one lowers one in apartments. Forza, it's open season, man. They're hunting. And Fear, well, I guess the clue's in the name. Eco round. Nope, not action eco round. The Witches have gone all in here. I thought that they were going to go for an eco and then just try and force overtime, but they've decided to go all in right here, right now. And that's, I mean, fours, they're not going to mind that. That means they play against 2 consecutive force buys if they can win this round. And that would allow them to finish off the job. It was a bit of a shaky start to their T side, but individuals are just looking really good on the side of fours right now. Alright, it's going to be a big push in towards the B bomb side coming through from the T side. Tania able to make his way out of apartments initially. Doesn't clear on top of the box. That means Cynics is able to find the first for free. Has to go huge thereafter, and that's exactly what he does. Cynics, how on earth have you gotten 3 kills from that position, you mad lad? Even further damage done to Crad, but unfortunately, his teammates haven't been able to do anything in the meantime. So even though Cynics gets 3 miraculous kills with his MP9, it's still on Soulfly to attempt the 1v2. He's going to charge his way forward. Plucks Crad out the air, but Gokushima will trade. And that is going to be the 12th round on the board for fours. And they have now got 5 map points on the Witches map pick. Those 1x bet odds for the series now looking very good. Another force buy for the Witches. And it's actually Cynics again who's finding the multi-kills here for his team. Gokushima misses a key opportunity to trade, but the Witches are alive and well in the round. The problem is that this B-bomb side's been completely compromised, and there's nobody even close for the retake. The only thing that the Witches really have going at the silver lining right now is the fact that that bomb's going to take a while to get in position. Gokushima, you need to get the C4 across, lad. And eventually he will make his way in towards Zaps. As for the Witches, how do they go about this retake? All 4 players coming through from Catwalk right now. Resol could get overwhelmed, but he's got support from Gokushima at range. Soulfly trades, just looking to try and keep the Witches alive right now. It's a Scout and an M4. No kit. As I've already mentioned, that bomb is ticking and ticking away. Pressure continues to mount. Tania, how passive can he be? Not too passive, you know. Now playing around the empty pillar, finds the first. It's just about playing the time from here. He even is able to get the kill, and that's the job done. 13-7, great work coming through from fours on their opponent's map pick. They claim the victory. Most of the work was done in the first half there when they were able to go up 9-3 after a very good CT side. And then after that was a bit shaky at the start of their T side, but they got their campaign on track and they never lost another round after they started winning on that T side. So good work coming through from fours. And that is going to get them 1-0 up in the series. The next map up is Ancient. We're going to throw this one into a bit of a break. And when we come back, it's going to be that next map of the series.
Very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Alright, we're back and we're going to be getting into that second map soon enough here between the Witches and Fours. Of course, we just came off the back of the Witches' map pick of Mirage, which was won quite comfortably by Fours 13-7. They were looking very good in the first half where they went up 9-3. Then we got to the second half. It was a good start for the Witches. They won the first 4 rounds of their CT side. Unfortunately, from there, that's when things started to fall apart and they didn't win another round thereafter. Fours ran away with it 13-7, and that means we now go into the map pick of Fours, which is Ancient, and it's a great map for Fours. I say great map, that's probably a bit of an exaggeration. It's a decent map for Fours. Looking at the statistics themselves, Ancient is a map that they've played 14 times in the past 3 months, winning it on 6 occasions. The problem is it's a really rough map for the Witches, but the game is live, so we're going to find out exactly what Ancient has in store for us. You can see those 1xbet odds heavily favoring Fours coming into this particular matchup, and that makes sense with how good they were on Mirage. And it feels like the Witches, yeah, they'd love to win this pistol round, right? Just to kind of set the tone for Ancient. It's a great option being employed by Fours right now. Through middle they go, using Donuts as their main point of entry. They will get full site control. And the bomb plant's going to follow suit. There is a kit in play here for the CTs, and they're going to have their own numbers coming through Donut right now. Soulfly, the first man up to the plate, but Kokushima, oh, we could have gotten a lot more from that position. This whole round lives and dies with the fight in towards Donut, and it's going to be Fours who win the fight comfortably. Great kills coming through from them across the board. I love that pistol round as well. Very aggressive, direct. 4 players up Donut, bomb plants immediately, and then retaking control of Donut afterwards. And that means that the Witches are going to have to eco in this next round. It's become the standard on the CT side. If you lose the pistol, go for the full save. Krad spots 3 players in towards Donut, so he can relay that information through to his team, and they should be able to clean up the round as a result. Shelfie will fall prey to the USP, but that's okay. Not much of a concern. Miu does find another, though, so at least there's 2 kills coming through for the Witches, inflicting a little bit of extra economic damage as a result. You would love to get at least 1 more kill here, but it's not going to happen. Tania shuts him down, and with that, Fours go up 2-0, as expected, considering the weaponry they were going up against in this round. Let's see if the Witches can get this first gun round on the board here. They need to get the points on the board early. CT side Ancient, you have to do work. Can't afford to let it slip like they did a Mirage in that first half. And look at Fours, a lot of attention in towards middle. I believe Shelfie's thrown some utility in towards Cave and over towards A as well. So they're keeping the Witches focused on middle and that B bomb site. So that means the 3 players in A main, they could actually somewhat have free reign. Stame is in towards Donut. Krad, does he phase through the smoke is the question. He is going to push through aggressively, and he gets that kill as a result. Shelfie is going to go through as well. Pre-firing, he finds that frag. Cynics loses his life. A bomb site's been compromised. Fear's spray is unfortunately an awful one. And that means this gun round has completely fallen apart here for the Witches. Only a single kill means the T-side continue to build their economic campaign. The Witches are feeling the pain right now, man. At least now max round loss bonus behind them means they can afford to fully invest coming into this next round. Hand cannons and 5.7s are what make up the investment here for the Witches, and it's going to be a gamble stack over towards the B site as well. It makes sense that you'd go for some sort of a gamble in a round like this. You know, you don't stand much of a chance in terms of playing out a default setup on your CT side. Just get picked apart kind of thing, so go for something out of the ordinary. Soulfly the first to force the fight, and Fours are gravitating in towards this B bomb site right now, but it's not causing too much of a problem, even though they're pushing into the stack. As I say that, there's another kill. Smooya wants that AK so badly, like a moth to the flame. He will get drawn in and lose his life, but Cynics, oh, I thought he was going to hit that shot there. Looked destined to hit that shot for a moment. This becomes crunch time now for the Witches. This is that gun round which has got so much importance and carries so much weight for them if they're going to stand a chance of coming back. Nice deep middle smoke from Spawn being thrown. Crad opting to extinguish the Molotov so he can push through off the back of the flashes. And Stame, how has he found that kill? He looked completely blind, dabbing, but still fragging. And there's a boost here as well in towards Donut. So Smooya's peering above these smoke grenades. He's going to catch Shelfie off as he jumps up the ledge. But Shelfie, oh, he does offer himself up once again. So at least Smooya can make good of that position. In the meantime, though, Tania's, he's made his way the entire way through A main. The CTs have got absolutely no idea of his position right now. Bomb's still bottom middle. Result Speedway. So he's in the most contentious position right now. But unfortunately, Tania's great position accomplishes nothing because Smooya pushes through CT and catches him off guard. Gokushima takes a lot of damage, and yeah, this one's as good as done, I'm afraid. At least Gokushima will carry his AWP through, but the round will go the way of the Witches as they get their first points on the board. Such an important round for them. Keeping numbers alive as well is also going to bode well for their cause. I like that boost up there employed by Smooya outside of Donut, peering above the smoke, catches Shelfie completely off guard as he makes his way up the shelf and then leaves the round. Oh, Crad should be dead here. Should be dead. How on earth he's actually even hanging around? Crad is mad. Most people, after they drop that flash, knife out, and they jump back to safety. Not Crad though, baby. He plays by his own rules. And he rules the roost. Fear's position doesn't look like it's at all being considered by the T side, and they completely line up for him. Neither Gokushima or Crad peer in that direction, and that is going to be an easy cleanup coming through for the Witches in the round. Only Crad able to find a frag that was in towards middle at the start of the round, but outside of that, nothing to speak of for fours, and they'll have to eco now coming into this next round. Alright, Fours Hero AK on Shelfie. It's Glocks outside of that, barely any utility, and they're just going to try and go in towards the stay bomb site. The longer they take, the worse the more the window of opportunity closes, because there's nobody on A right now, but look at the minimap. Cynics, Fear, both rotating in that direction, and Fours have just taken too long. That means Cynics has arrived on the scene. At range, he will have a field day. Mows down 3, and that is going to be a flawless defense of the A bomb site coming through. Gokushima, well, I mean, good luck saving the AK at this point, lad. 1-for-1 trade to start off the round. Four is looking to try and stop the Witches from leveling up the scoreline here in the 8th round. Soulfly wants to make a play. You can see he's itching for it. And it's looking pretty good for the Witches. However, Fours have found a window of opportunity in towards the say bomb site. And they find some space for the plant. I mean, the Witches have realized exactly what's going on here, so they've got everybody converging around the site. Gokushima sees 2 of them, but he can't find any of them. And the Witches are looking reinvigorated on their CT side right now, man. It is going swimmingly for them. Prime opportunity for the CT side to now get their lead again. It's going to be focusing towards Jaguar coming through from them. 1-for-1 trade, the name of the game. The Witches happy to get into the faces of their opponents, but they need to proceed with caution. Losing lives out at a rapid rate right now. Cynic's in the corner, also only going to be good for the 1 kill. How many players are Fours going to expect to be here, though? That's the thing, is Fear's also in towards Cave. Result finds the trade, and he knows that Stame has got the bomb on lockdown. He's going to get ahead of the volley as well. The flashline, Stame up, Result will burn, but he gets the kill before he loses his life out. And with that, it is going to be Fours who regain the lead off the back of an eco. It's an ace out of Result as well. Couldn't have asked for more. What a way for Fours to win around back here. The Witch is just way too aggressive against the pistols, man. You shouldn't be going for as many gunfights as they do. Good 1-for-1 trade to start off the round, probably favoring the T side with the amount of time left on the clock. If they can get the frag on Smooya, that would be massive. And Krad's going to go through the smoke. You can bet your top dollar he's going to go through the smoke. That is Krad's modus operandus, and he's found timing, but Smooya appears back in that direction, and he will find the kill as the result. Tania wants to kill with Smooya. Flash is successful. Wait, what? Cynics keeps Smooya alive. That is incredible. Can he do more work from this position is the question. I think so. Yes, he can. It's only Gokushima left, and they know exactly where he is. Four's not nearly as coordinated enough as they needed to be here. They had a lot going for them in this particular round, but they just couldn't make it work when it mattered the most. And the Witches level up the scoreline here once again. Oh, that's a collateral coming through. Tania's dead, and Gokushima takes a lot of damage. Smooya finishes off what he started on that particular player. Beautiful shot out of Shelfie, though, to dispatch off the Orpa. So, I mean, it's just a highlight kill. Not like economic damage means anything for the Witches lost. For the Witches right now, with this being the penultimate round of the first half. And it's just about whether Fours are going to be able to take a leveled up scoreline into their CT side, or whether it's going to be a 7-5 lead for the Witches. Oh, Result, you dirty devil. It's not even about money. This is just about making a statement. Backstab frag found, and now they can look to try and work their way in towards the save bomb site. Cynics is in Temple, but because he's scared of Result flanking around through Temple, it means he has to give up a lot of ground on the A bomb site itself. And could he no, he doesn't expose himself. Okay, he spots Shelfie out as well, but his position in the meantime is also somewhat compromised. Force have somehow seemingly actually got themselves into a winnable position. Oh, Result, this is very aggressive. So aggressive. Doesn't even have armor. And he's found that kill as well, but he's never going to expect the push to come through from A main. It's exactly what Soulfire capitalizes on. And Shelfie is going to have to be ridiculous here with his Desert Eagle if he's going to find a way to win this round for his team. Knows that there's almost certainly going to be one coming through from Donut and the other from A main. And there we go. I think Soulfly spotted the gun barrel, so he just finds an alternative angle there to find the kill on the player. And that is going to be the Witches getting the lead here on Ancient. Historically, the Witches have struggled on both the T side and the CT side of Ancient, but they're certainly keeping themselves alive right now. Fours have a slightly better CT side than they have a T side. So even if fours do go down 7-5, they'll still fancy their chances going into their defensive half. Alright, Stame makes a statement. Oh, he doesn't get the kill on Gokushima. He brings him down to a single point of health. The Witches are so happy to make these aggressive plays at the start of the round, and they've been working out pretty well for them throughout the CT side so far. Smooya unscopes at the worst possible moment. Shelfie starts off on the AWPer, goes back to the rifler, finishes the frag on the AWPer. What a chaotic way to end the half there. Fours will get the points on the board. Scoreline leveled up. And that means the second half pistol round carries a lot of weight. Oh, the Incendiary misses. Incendiary actually misses there from the CT side. That is massive. You think about how much money gets invested into that piece of utility for it to not even have, well, not to land on the mark even. Result should go down here, runs out of ammo, and this pistol run is perfect from the Witches. They're just keeping up with this fast-paced approach right now. We've seen quite a few teams employing this on their T side in general. Betboom is a team who I've seen it doing a lot. Aurora as well. These teams just really enjoying playing with pace on their T side, abusing the peak's advantage. It makes sense playing into the strengths of CS2. This pistol round is unrecoverable now for fours. Alright, fours opting for the full eco after they lose the pistol round here in the second half. Makes sense. CT side's very rarely actually going for a force spy anymore if they lose a pistol on that CT side. You just don't have the same sort of rounds to play with. Could they get one more kill here? That would certainly be welcome. Soulfly actually will lose his life out. Cynics is low as well, so he'll have to be a bit careful. Resalt's got the AK. He'd love to carry this through on the CT side here. Good attention to detail. Make sure he gets rid of the Galil. And now it's just about making sure he gets the weapon into the next round. But it's going to be the Witches who go up 8-6. And a Result. And he's going to leave himself exposed to Smooya. Pressure applied from Fear. More than enough for the kill to come through. Runs through his own molly to recover the AK. And as expected, the 8-6 scoreline is realized. So that is going to be a very good position that the Witches find themselves in now on their T side. Just 5 rounds away from finishing off the job. All right, well, the Witches are in a very good position right now, and if they can win this gun round, then I'd say they're going to win the map. I'd go that far, honestly. I think if they can win this gun round right here in the 15th, they will win the map. A lot at stake. Four's yet to win a round on their CT side. And if they lose this gun round, I don't know how they come back from it. Let's see if they can make it work. It's rifles across the board. They're so light on utility, though. So ridiculously light on util. Massive kill from Stame. Tania gets overwhelmed, and there we go. Such a well-worked round coming through from the Witches, just working their way slowly in towards middle, not giving any information away, and then just bursting all over the scene. And that gets them up 9-6. If Fours can keep these 3 players alive, then perhaps they can afford to go for a reinvestment in the next by dropping a couple of guns, but well, that's the only kill in the round for the CT side. And that says quite a lot. And it doesn't even look like they will be able to save 2 guns, let alone the 3 that they were attempting. Alright, so Fours have to eco around that saved AK, and the Witches are now just 4 rounds away from finishing off the job on Ancient, a map they've only won 1 out of the past 8 times they've played it. Remarkable statistic that they've been able to recover here. And the Witches will just keep up this pack-based mentality, and it makes sense. It's working so well for them, just working around the map as a unit. Bullfly looking to clear out his corners right now. He does have 2 players to contend with, and that's by design. The crossfire sets up. Trades are effective. Crad with the AK isn't able to get anything done. Tania with only a single frag. Resold does get 1 back. Needs another. Finds another. Can't avoid the trade, though. Down to the 1 versus 1. It's Shelfie with the 5-7. Smooya with the bomb on his back. How does he play this is the question. Shelfie has pushed through the long smoke. In towards ramp he goes. AK has been picked up, and I think Smooya must have heard that, right? Yeah, Smooya certainly heard that. And so he's going to hightail it in towards the, say, bomb site. Shelfie's trying to track him down right now. Bloodhound style, if we're playing Apex. He can smell those footsteps. And he's going to be in towards Donut, close behind Smooya, who's now just made it back towards A main. And Shelfie has no idea, I don't think. Oh, man. Smooya's so far away. Fuse tapped. The Smooya starts to panic. He knows it's an anti-eco, but Shelfie hits the head shot. Kevlar makes a world of difference. He caught a bullet there, but because he had the armor, the aim punch didn't really affect him all that much. And with that, it is going to be a 9-7 scoreline. Fours winning an eco, a massive reprieve from them. They've lost 3 rounds in a row here, but they will win a round to make sure that streak doesn't climb up to 4. Tech pause, hopefully not going to be too long before it gets resolved. Not exactly sure what the reason is. Right, tech issues resolved. Back into the game we go. It's going to be a force buy here for the Witches. Couple rifles, an SMG or 2, and the Tech 9. If they lose this round, it's eco territory, and at that point, Fours can level up the scoreline 9-all. I'll tell you what, Fours have not looked good at all here on Ancients. It's been very scratchy the way they've been winning their rounds. They haven't looked nearly as confident or comfortable as they did on Mirage. And this is their map pick. Hopefully they're able to get this campaign back on track. Crad stands out in the open despite the fact that he's blind. That costs him his life. Resold, gets run on by Stame. Thankfully, he holds his ground for the likes of Fours so that he can get that frag. Tania will wide swing, and this is looking better for Fours now. They'd love to deny this bomb plant as well, but I don't think it's gonna happen. No, Tania, you criminal. And now it's only Smooya left remaining in the 1 versus 4. Can he catch Result? He does catch Result. There's at least a frag, but now Tania playing around the smoke grenade should finish off the job, and he does. Massive round coming through from Tania. He had only 4 kills coming into this round throughout the entire map, and he ends the map with a quad kill. All right, full eco for the Witches, some unfamiliar territory for them. Doesn't mean they are without a bite in the round, though. Cynics as Deagle find an opening frag. Gokushima got 5 kills in the map right now, also just struggling so heavily on that AWP. And that means Tania has to now take up the ground that's been lost over towards A. Mate, why are you pushing? Oh, he's trying to get rid of the AWP. Okay, I see. That was so risky from him, and it will work out for him to make sure that gun is not recoverable. Smooya wanted it, man. All right, let's see what the Witches can accomplish from this position. There's no utility, but there certainly are upgraded pistols in the way of the Desert Eagle and the Tech 9. Time is dwindling. 2 players on the speed bomb side for the CT side, and they've got a world of players coming their way. It's on Crad, and it's on Resalt. Oh, Crad's going to get wide swung. Resalt and Resalt lock it down, though. Crad will still lose his life out. Cynics has been sick on this Eagle today, man. And you know what? He could find another. He does. That's incredible out of Cynics. He's even going to get a bomb plant here as well. So much impact out of Cynics. He was always going to go down, but the fact that he gets 3 kills in that round and a bomb plant is just remarkable. He's doing a lot of work right now. Tania's going to go back to try and pick up that AWP, which he will find, so the defuse will come through soon afterwards. But Fours have leveled up the scoreline at quite an expense, though. I mean, sure, it's going to be a full buy coming through for them here, but if they lose one round, it's straight into eco territory. Big exit from the Witches in towards middle. 4 players off the back of the Util are going to look to make their way forward. Shelfie's here right now, though, holding down mouse button 1, spraying and praying. He's blinded. Only going to be the 1 kill. 2 frags coming through for the Witches and Tania. He wants to try and be the difference maker, but his aim is awful in that situation. Spray completely betrays him. Resalt looked very slow on the reaction, but he'll still find the kill. And there's a chance here, I suppose, in the 2 versus 2. Resalt looking to recover utility. That molly is going to be too deep. Stain is ahead of it. And it's just not looking very calculated from Fours. And that's a really big round for them to lose. They don't have their wits about them right now. 10-9. The imminent scoreline, unless Crad can pull off a clutch. And you look at the money for Fours, it's in a very rough position. The AWP is looking in this direction as well. And Crad is a dead man as soon as he steps into the scope. No, never mind. Scrap that. He gets the frag. Down to 1v1 now. Where's the bomb planted? Reverse default. Incendiary to try and keep the player at bay. The fuse being tapped as Stame starts to panic. Crad gets the kills. The molly wasn't let go of. And that means Crad with the kit will complete the defuse. Crad's looking dialed in. He's got his wits about him. And he's got the clutch as well. Taps the defuse, baits the player out. Gets the kill before he drops the molly. Look, Crad's just picked up that molly. And had that molly been thrown by Stame, that's the round over. There's no smoke on the CT to extinguish it after he gets the kill. Alright, well, the Witches with their round loss count and the bomb plants as well are going to be able to afford a decent investment here. Oh man, Result on the fadeaway actually does quite a lot of damage to Soulfly. Tanir's footsteps should be heard there. Big eggs, they're gaining traction in towards the say bomb site. Tanir underarms a flash of his own, a smoke rather, to try and play around. His nade does a lot of damage. Only going to be able to get the one kill, but Krad and Result combine. And that is the Witches getting run over by the A defense, and now their money is looking bleak. Is this really how it ends for the Witches? Surely not, right? Surely they still have life left in them yet. Alright, well, the Witches have decided to go all in here. They're not going to die wandering, and they're not going to settle for an eco here. They don't want to let fours go up to map and series point. They're looking to contest and keep themselves in the contest. And again, they're going to be going back towards the A bomb site this time. It looks like with even more pace than what we saw in the previous round. No focus towards middle either. Tanir, well, he's just got the molly in his hands, pin pulled, and he deploys it as soon as he catches a glimpse of the shadow. So much damage done from Tanir. A frag found both Soulfly and Smooya low. Shelfie is going to be the first responder on the scene. Krad looking to rotate through as well. He finishes off the low HP player, and he gets a second kill as well. Multi-kill's the name of the game right now for fours. Shelfie starts to make his way up Donut, but Smooya's considering this. He gets a big frag. Result swings out afterwards. It's now all on Cynics, cooped up in the corner. The AWP is on his line as well, but Cynics has been fragging like a madman throughout the series so far, and this round proving to be no different. Gokushima's got a great angle though. This is so tough for Cynics to try to recover. The bomb is in their line of sight as well. Both Result and Gokushima together, and the jump across is landed, but he's spotted as he drops out of temple. Gokushima lands the headshot, and that will be the round going the way of fours. They continue to try and breach in towards this A bomb site, but it hasn't worked out for them again. Massive kill from Result, flexing his muscles coming through from Jaguar. Does he go for any more is the question. Don't have to. The opening frag's been found. You've got the weaponry advantage as well. You don't want to squander this round. It's only going to get harder from here for fours to finish off the job. And they don't have much money either. So if you lose this round, your eco 12-9 becomes 12-11 very quickly. That's why as fours, you've got to remain disciplined in this situation. Smooya looking for Result right now, who's cooped in the corner. He's got some support from Gokushima on the AWP as well. Smooya steps into the scope. That's going to bait Result in here potentially as well. Tanir will go down, but Shelfie capitalizes massively after losing out his teammate, and Stame has to do it all. A 1 versus 4. Mission impossible. Krad creeps forward, catches a glimpse, catches lead in the process. But he does so much damage that surely Gokushima will finish off the job. He only needs to use the pistol here. And that's exactly what he will do. Finds the frag. And with that, the map for fours, it was looking very shaky. But finally, they get their campaign back on track. And the series is theirs. And there you have it. 2-0 for fours. Mirage was a bit of a breezy affair for them. Ancient certainly not. It was a far more hotly contested game over on Ancient. and Fours will walk away as victors. I was a little bit concerned for them at one point. Things were looking very shaky for Fours, but they were able to get their campaign on track on that CT side, and from there they get the job done, and they get the round and the map with that across the line as well. So they take the 2-0 lead, and they get themselves into the playoffs as a result. It means the Witches will have to come back in that 2-2 bracket to try and get themselves into the playoffs, and that is going to be sending us into a bit of a break now while we wait for that next game. It's going to be Pompa versus 9 Pandas. Again, a high match. Again, the winners through to the playoffs and the losers having to fight in that 2-all bracket. My name's been Hayes. Hope you've enjoyed the show. And yeah, like I said, we're going to be throwing this one to an extended break. You'll be joined by Anthran once we return. So you guys are in some good hands. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you for that next game.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to another episode of the CCT podcast.
We've got a ton to talk about, man. There's just so much action.
It feels like it's never ending.
Hey guys, we have another interview for you today. Very special guest, Speedy.
First, a funny thing, they also call me Grandpa in my team because I'm so old.
What are your general thoughts on what might come for the next couple of months of CS2?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
And welcome back to East Europe with a matchup between Pampa and Nine Pandas. I really have no idea where this one is bound to head, because coming into this, we had to delay the game just a little bit because Pampa were playing a game in an outside event, didn't go so well, but still the point I would make for Pampa is this is a very inconsistent team, which kind of pains me to say because I like the pieces they have on this squad. If we take a look at that team, there's a lot of promise here, and one of them being the elephant in the room, Harn, the the biggest of the bunch for Pampa, is such a strong piece that I feel this team has underperformed around that fact. Now, for the pieces surrounding Harn, again, I'd like to look at the roster here for Pampa. The pieces surrounding Harn, I don't know. I expect a lot more. Now, there's promise, but there's not results. And that's what's a little alarming about this team, where it's hard to put a stamp on it and say, yeah, we need to give it more time. We need to give it more space. We need to let it bloom a little bit because they've been given time. It's been a couple of months without significant roster changes, and it's just not really gone anywhere for this squad. I mean, yeah, they did recently bring in Emmy, but beyond that, there's not really been all of that much. I believe Emmy comes through to replace Snacks on this squad, but it still hasn't really gone anywhere. That's not to say there is no hope for this team. You look at some of their results, you look at the depth of it, and you see, look, man, They've beaten teams like Forza. They've beaten teams like Sampi. They've taken maps off Godsend. There is promise to this squad. It's just not really come through in a meaningful way yet. And this is a good chance to try and show what they can or can't do against a relatively beatable team in Tier 2 in the 9 Pandas. Now, it's not saying this is your opening best of 3, because it's not. I mean, the winner of this qualifies through to the playoffs, which would be a big win. But through all this entire time, I've still been waiting for 9 Pandas to show a little pizzazz. I mean, I guess that win over Space is really good, but they've been off their game a little bit in this event, so it's not entirely shocking. However, again, for both of these squads, it's very beatable. And I've been talking a lot about Pampa, but speaking of 9 Pandas, this is another team I feel like has been underperforming. You look at all the pieces they've got on this squad, and it is just power, power, and more power. You've got veteran CNCs. You've got insane individualism and Idis Balance and Diladez. You've got world-class lurkers and anchors and glowing and clacks. This is a scary squad, but it feels like something's missing. Not individually, but when it comes to a team aspect, because it feels like they're always punching up. They go into a series, they're never really the favorites anymore. Even against Mouse NXT, they couldn't manage to reel in a win, which could have set them up for a 3-0 advancement to the playoffs. It could have been huge for this squad, but they find themselves, again, fighting for their spot in the single elimination format. Now, in CCT events outside this, they've sometimes been invites, sometimes had to fight their way through group stages, and the reason I say this team is super inconsistent is because you look as back as the last European group stage. They beat big in the playoffs. They beat big, 2-1, and then they go on to lose to Preezy. That's not to undercut Preezy's talent. It's to say you would certainly put big above them. This team is just inconsistent, and I think once that inconsistency stops, once we see those results come through a little more convincingly, this is going to be one hell of a deadly team. And one thing that factors into their series is the veto. Now, this team plays a full 7-map pool, so the ball is usually in their court. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. It's Pampa who plays the 7-map pool. These guys, if I'm not mistaken, insta-ban Vertigo. So, you know, give or take, not big. They're not going to be really upset by that if you're Preezy. It's one of their worst maps, statistically speaking. So it's a big comfort just straight off of their minds. Now, beyond that, that's really when you have to worry a little bit, because as much as the maps that you want to ban as 9 Pandas kind of play into the favor of Pampa, Pampa's picks play into the favor of 9 Pandas. They both love Inferno. They both love Overpass, and you're almost guaranteed to see this veto end something along the range of Inferno, Overpass, Ancient, or Nuke, which 9 Pandas will be more than happy to see walk away. Wow, all right, that's actually kind of crazy. So this is just a straight punish pick veto. Now, I said Pampa play a 7-map pool, and that's true, but when we look at numbers, they don't really like Anubis. They've got 2 wins on it so far, and they were both a while back on Sampi and the Chosen Few. I mentioned Sampi as one of their convincing results, but outside of that, they've taken a lot of devastating losses, one being to Project G, one being to Eklot, one being to The Witchers. And the point is, these are all teams that with the slight results you have of Pampa, you would expect them to be winning over. But these maps have proven to be a struggle. And 9 Pandas, while they're not big fans of Anubis, I mean, there are better maps for them, they're still more than happy to play it. When they took some bigger named teams to this map, like Space, like Sinners, like Forza, they've done well. Even Ecstatic, well, actually, we'll sweep that one under the rug. But there is a lot of promise to that map for 9 Pandas, so I'm a fan of it. And then you get another win right off of the back, because Pampa are going to pick into Inferno. This feels like 9 Pandas have a chance to win in 2-0, in 3-0, and dominate their way whilst doing it. This is a very, very tough matchup for Pampa to be going into. So now I want to discuss what happens to the team who doesn't come out on top, because for Pampa, it's not the end of the world if they lose this. Same for 9 Pandas. Now, I think the jurisdiction of what happens if you lose is a little bit worse for 9 Pandas, because this is a series they do go in expected to win. Now, Pampa, the only big advantage they have in my mind in this series is that they're warmed up. They just get off a very long, hard-fought ECL match that went, double overtime, something like that? So they're ready to play, and the gloves are going to be off. So maybe there's a world they come out swinging on Anubis, they catch 9 pandas while they're still rusty, trying to wake up and maybe swing a couple of rounds over on them for it. It's going to matter a lot more since it's MR12. But that's the biggest advantage I can give to Pampa. At every other step of the way, I feel like there's more individual talent surrounding 9 pandas than there is Pampa, because again, the problem is there's a lot of promise to the players on Pampa, but Harn is usually the one carrying the torch. Beyond that, it's frequently absent for the other attendees. So for 9 pandas, I think they outclass them in the individual point. Now, chemistry goes, I think there's a lot more to go around for Pampa, and I think that's one thing that they could use to their own advantage, catch individuals out for 9 pandas, but we won't really know until we head into the maps. Anubis coming up first when we return from this break. Well, oh well, oh well. Pampa on their T side, expectations. I don't know if there's a lot of them going into Pampa, but one expect they certainly have their expectations set in the 9 pandas' favor by a decent chunk. And the pistol so far shows an early split. Maybe Harn just looking to create presence in mid. But front of the push coming through from B main, which will soon be unraveled by Glowing. Calling for some assistance. It's a slow rotate, but one that comes through from Idas Balance alike. So far, there's only 2 players on this site. This is on a timer, and a smoke cuts off that flank route from Idas Balance. Blinded up. Diladez won't be much a contributor in connector just yet. Still, they come away with a man advantage. And Harn's just looking to split the bill as he moves up through mid. Nobody's here, so this creates an opportunity to go back into A if they want. Now it's a little awkward. Because right now you've got Harn going on this CT flank, and they don't even know if they're going to go into B yet. There's 3 CTs here. Eventually Harn has to make his move. Oh, but Glowing. Should be a dead man. Yeah, you're going to have to take this kill as soon as he walks up. And you're going to know he's in CT, but everybody's rotated out through connector, assuming this is going to be a reroute to the A bomb site. That is Balance. Again, an uncleared asset, but with the bomb dropped, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Still a necessary duel if Diladez wants to come back through. Calls for his teammates. Clacks. The duelie's one of the biggest weapons to try getting you back in this round. I'm not sure if there's a kit anywhere, but there is a smoke. It's certainly significant if they can get close to the bomb. Both players have tucked themselves outside B main. I love the placement of that smoke. Cut off the remaining 2 players. Say, let's just stick it if you're Diladez. Only 1 person spamming 2. That creates a problem. They don't know how many players are on the other end. And even if it mattered, they'll instantly delete the diffuser anyhow. So the round falls just like that. And it seems Pampa have been bested, rather no, are doing the besting in the first engagement. Well, 9 Pandas have gone with the smart approach in this to just full save. And they're sending Emmy in to figure out what the stack is looking like. So far, good information. 2 detected in A. Probably going to tell you what's going on. That's not exactly a common stack you're going for. But now it's a game of isolation. Hope maybe you can take a gun away from one of these players. But realistically speaking, it's USPs. Actually, I love that distraction. That's kind of cool. Trade comes through, but the AK should be recovered. Actually, no, I didn't see Seized got caught earlier on. So, Pampa, only 1 casualty to discuss in this, and no MAC-10s even saved. So, honestly, a worth investment. And now the guns come out. 9 Pandas looking to show what they're capable of early on, but I think Pampa want to go with a faster approach in this round. 3 players eager to get inside of the B site. And Nemi, one of them, dispatched by Disbalance with the flank coming through from Morales. This looks like a disaster. This hole that goes nowhere. 9 Pandas. It's shut down with an electrifying start on the receiving end, or rather giving end from Pampa. Again, a game of saving for the 9 Pandas, but that may be even out of the question with how close they are on this advancement. And that's big news, because now they've essentially been told where these remaining players are, but don't seem too head over heels, or maybe they are. Spam is actually really good. That looked dead on to Seized's angle. Are they going to keep spamming? They might. Oh, and so is Glax. The 2 kills get ripped away at the very last second, but Pampa still the grand victors of the round. While we're at it, we'll say a quick thanks to Hellcase for the $400 giveaway that's going on. Exclamation mark Hellcase. You can get yourselves in on that. Opener comes, just damage of the AT through his smoke. Ooh, but this is a big one. Seized. Opportunities arise as Beanox Crouch walks into his angle, and that's not one the veteran's going to let slip. Alongside that, map control that the 9 Pandas are happy to take away. With an extra gun to help their cause. Diladez, he's stuck. Nobody's spamming just yet. Are they going to nade open the smoke? They should. See him. Yeah, they will. Knowing he's trapped, I'm surprised they don't go for an isolation game. Now, I disbalance. It's his turn to step up. Nobody's clearing just yet. Harn, quick reaction, save him. And now they've got to deal with Glax. The elevated platform in the A side, he is isolated and flashed, so not long for this world as the flanks go nowhere. Seized, who was initially tagged up to 18, is dropped in the late round, and it should be another save called from the 9 Pandas. This is a good-looking Pampa, man. Well, again, these guns come out from the 9 Pandas, but you got to consider, again, MR12. It's not as much of a talking point as it used to be because of how far we are into CS2, but it's still something worth mentioning. Already, though, Dez doesn't want to let it be a fear in his mind anymore. He starts to show signs of the 9 Pandas relief with an opening pick. Now, trades will matter a lot more. Especially with some of the hefty investments in this round, and I think they're going to flash Morels into the smoke. Go inches away! That's huge! Morels has just opened it right back up, and there's only one player on the A site glowing. Stuck between hell and high water, that nade gives it away, and the molly in the corner ensures that nobody's on the plateau. However, nobody's close enough to abuse it. Little too trigger happy, and they're going to walk back in glowing with the assistance of a flash. No, just wide swings, Morels. Caught out by the idea. And now that opener seems nightmarish. There's only 50 seconds left. A lot of the utility's been chewed through. 2 smokes to help you out if you're Pampa. No flashes. That's bad news. Because they still have an op to worry about on IDIS balance. They still have to worry about Clax as the second prong of approach to the A site help. I wonder if they're going to even go for this. Yeah, they will. Flashing in, though. Clax's angle given away, and they double up instantly. IDIS balance. The op gets nothing accomplished. And again, Pampa. Run through 9 Pandas at the very last few seconds. However, for the current time, it looks like the Pandas are considering this. But it was only for a few seconds. Maybe Glowing could sneak back in A main. Maybe he could catch an extremity, but all in all, this one is in the books with a free op recovered for Pampa too. Stocks through the roof as they go up to 5 rounds. And I said going into this, right, Pampa, they don't really like this map. They're not big fans. But this is the one advantage to playing that 7-map pool. I looked at it from a little bit of a pessimistic perspective, at least against Pampa, but since they have this first map, and they will play it, they've got their best possible map coming up right after this. I mean, that's the map they've gotten some of their biggest wins to date. But now we're going to see buys come out a lot more for the 9 Pandas. Save, force, doesn't really matter. Down 5-0, you need to get something on the board. Nade pops open the smoke, but they were ready for it. IDIS balance. The op rendered useless unless they nade it open again, in which they will! Exchanging glances! Harn gets away. 99 damage from IDIS balance's hand cannon. Or rather, I'm sorry, skill cannon. And it puts a lot of pressure on Clax, who didn't know that players were already inside A main. And by the time he does, it'll be far too late to respond. Molly smokes everything you could possibly imagine here to keep you out and get Pampa in. Another one refreshed too. This is a accident waiting to happen, but Minox doesn't even consider Clax being there. Expecting him to have escaped. Lets his judgment slow down a little bit. Now the retake is all the more possible through the smoke. It's a lot of damage. Sly tries to get the HE in, but can't sneak it. Another flash thrown just with an option of trying to delay. With half of this bomb ticked, things are looking rough. Oh, C's lagged out. I didn't even know about that. That's so unfortunate. The whole time it was a man advantage for Pampa, and I didn't even know. Dez gets the op and hightails, allows Pampa their 6th, and that is a shutdown from 9 Pandas. A collapse. It all starts with that one pick, too. It really doesn't get more unfortunate than that. It's not like Harn got lagged. I think it was barely through a wall. 99 damage. I mean, that's a round-changing kill, because after that kill comes through on the op, somebody from A has to leave, go help out B, help that vacancy that's just opened up, because Pampa have consistently tried to exploit that B site when they're given leeway. And then you look back in A main. It's unfortunate. That's as straight up as it is. Klax, he just throws the smoke, hoping to buy his team time to go do things on the other end of the map, not expecting them to have barely crept through it. And that's why I say it's unlucky. Because if Klax stuck around for half a second more, he sees that player there. He doesn't get overrun at A. He gets a kill, maybe even more, and gives them an even, if not advantageous, retake. I'm not entirely sure what happened with Cease, but it looks like he's back now. However, this is still a 6-0 start, man. This is going to hurt. I'm not entirely sure how you get over this either. Another big issue afoot is that the Seaside is really starting to gain momentum. But won't keep chatting your ear off for now. It seems there are bigger issues afoot. So we're going to throw things to a break. Hopefully when we come back, we're ready to conclude Anubis. Well, maybe I should have kept chatting your ear off, because we're back! Only a couple of seconds later, and the odds have fully evened out 6 rounds in. One expert say maybe there's more than meets the eye to this Pampa squad. But again, they're going to keep buying. At this point, there's really not a lot to lose for the 9 Pandas. The hole does get dug deeper, sure, but this is also the T side of Anubis we're talking about. They're going to be a little more methodical about clearing out the A side, however. Molly in, Emmy out. I thought Klax would be a dead man walking, but instead, it seems Pampa will have to find their openers elsewhere. Angle spotted Sly. I think that's a shoulder seen by C's. He just waits for the prey to walk right into his angle. Morels next up and next out. Everywhere you look, it is Pampa devastation. Horn, the next man to fall, and Beanox left with convoluted comms and not a lot of teammates. Has everything to do, not a lot of help to do it. Nades exchanged, but certainly in 9 Panda's favor as Beanox is eaten down to 45 HP. With 30 seconds to go, he shifts back into T-spawn. Like a thief in the night, he vanishes. Which I'm not entirely seeing a point for. But I guess it is still the better of the two evils to make the call on. Only 1,900 loss bonus. $3,700 worth of stuff you're saving into the next round. Well, actually, no, it's $3,350. But still. Beanox doesn't really mind waiting this one out. And 9 Pandas finally get on the board, so momentum broken. Honestly, I like the way that it ends, at least if you're looking at it from 9 Pandas' perspective, because it's not like it's a quick, brawly round where it's super fast-paced and they run into a brick wall. Pampa got slowed down. They got suffocated in that round, slowly stolen all of their air. And they had to let that loss sink in for the couple of minutes that the round played out. So that's honestly a good way for the Nine Pandas to go about things. Oh, nice nade, back in balance. No capitalization. Sly still stuck in the corner, hoping his teammates can trade, and the nade does before the shot even gets fired off. CT is everywhere the eye can see, and C's stuck in a corner, running out of bullets. Nobody's close enough to take his life away from him. That was a very scary outlook. Had they stuck around, this round could have been theirs, but now rotations are in, and Morales is gone. And they try to keep the pace up. They really try to stick it to him in this round. But so far, they've bit off way more than they could chew, and Harn needs a kill back in. But they're still going up mid right now. That flash tells them somebody's going in A mains, and somebody is in A. So if they can find this kill on Glowing, it's good information. You know the other player's probably flashed into A main or something of the sort. Bomb thrown down. It's going to be planted for heaven. Enoch's eyes hard posted on A main. Oh, no, they're not. Seized. Collects on his free kill. And now Harn has to split the difference between two separated defenders. One smoke, one flash. Flash used up to get his teammate out of CT. Seized, peeking in. No, he waits. But it is planted for Harn. I think they're going to try and double peek this. Yes, they are. Missing the first shot. Harn, no chance in hell. I love the way that the Nine Pandas go about doing that. They intentionally misspaced that swing. So when Seized peeks, here's how it unwinds. Seized, he dies, whatever. Diladez peeks back in. Harn's cocking back a shot. The outcome's the same. And that's a huge round for the Nine Pandas to win. It doesn't eco-break Pampa yet. They should have one more buy. But if this round goes astray without a bomb plant, you're likely looking at a save in the following round. This could be huge for Nine Pandas. And Papa have struggled in these past few rounds. The adjustments made by Nine Pandas are certainly hurting. And they haven't tested B all that much. It feels like, again, Pampa are really focused on trying to find picks in the extremities, which is where I said they could have good success this series. But, well, it did take them a while. Nine Pandas inevitably fixed that problem, and now aren't giving away so many isolations, are trying to ensure trades. And when that happened, we see Pampa struggle a lot more. Well, they're going to see if they can bleed out the time from Nine Pandas, see if they can catch them being impatient. Right now, answer's kind of a yes. Smoke in mid, though. That's not that great. And they're going to walk straight into Idis Balance in the op. They had to look over their shoulder the whole time because of that awkward smoke. Volumetric ones didn't really do them much favor. And Glax is waiting inside of it. Sly, expecting this. And now Morels walks in. This is a two-man setup on the plateau. Oh my god. That's insane. Glowing in Clax. I don't think I've seen that ever as an A or as a B site home. But doesn't really matter all that much. It's a flawless round from the Nine Pandas. I said if Pampa can't get a bomb plant in one of these rounds, back to square one. All that hard work of a 6-0 start wiped off the table. And it does still appear Pampa have a lead, right? They can go into the second half 8-4, but I still think that's a significantly better outlook than what the Nine Pandas could have been staring down the barrel of. And even then, Pampa haven't shown any fight back in these few rounds. So who's to know if we're even going to see a competitive finish to this, or a not so competitive finish. aren't given the opportunity for a tag, but it seems to whiz by the shoulder of Dyladez. Well, with the time they've taken off the clock, it seems inevitably they have to pick a site to try and attack. That's going to be A, which is the worst of the two evils. Oh, never mind. They reroute to B. I guess it's the good call. Or are they? I'm so confused. I think they're just going to wait out the Molly and go into B, right? That seems like the no-brainer option. And honestly, looking at this setup, this could be a kind of catastrophic failure for 9Pandas. I mean, you don't want to give up a plan here. I guess it's not the end of days, but there's also a lot of T's and not a lot of CTs here to defend. Long range spring down, glowing. Gets a couple away from him. 4 kills to speak of. And after Pampa find the opener, after it looks maybe there's a shred of hope, Glowing rips it away from their cold dead hands and even goes up to attempt the ace. Sly, not eager to give it over, fights elsewhere. There is still that low member in Glowing, who gets the attempt, gets the chance, and comes away victorious. An ace for the 9Pandas in an electrifying round. Sure, it's an anti-eco, but that's still got the TeamSpeak on fire. And it seems now 9Pandas are going to take the fight to them. They're going to get flashed out. They are. And everybody's here. Full blind. But not Glowing. I'm sorry, not Harn. Who catches Glowing as a victim. Now they may just go straight in. Still awaiting out the responses, though. It seems Idis Balance will get a chance to post up. And there's a smoke here to try and stop him. Now they go through. And now it seems they take their advantages one by one. Dyladez. First victim. Idis Balance dancing around the back of the site. But one is not enough. And sees with Klaxon behind him. Have to attempt the unthinkable. Molly to block him out. And Pampa should be back to winning ways. 7, I'll guarantee at this rate. Or actually, maybe not. As soon as I would have counted them out, Seized starts to shift back in. Klax moves up from Canals. And they're both 1v1s. Flashing into Connector. Klax! It's an opportunity. Takes it with him, but now with his teammate down, there's a lot to ask of Klax. Not enough for him to accomplish. They do end up walking away with their so desired, so coveted 7th, and all's well in the world of Pampa. You guarantee yourselves a half lead to end. Which is bigger news than I had expected, honestly. When they slowed down, when 9Pandas started looking as good as they did, I did not have much faith. But these slow rounds haven't really fancied them throughout the game. And I'm not going to change around that fact now. Idis Balance dodges the flash, catches a couple of shoulders, but no heat-seeking bullets hit the targets. And they're draining through some of their reserves of utility, but there is still a minute left and a sizable amount to try and help them defend. With 3 players at the B site, what could possibly go wrong, says 9 Panda as well. So far, nothing. Idis balanced the first to take contact and distract from his other teammates dancing around connector, but Sly is still uncomfortably close with low HP, however, doesn't seem much of a threat, nor is Emmy. 4 players stare him down, and only 1 falls for the problem. 9 Pandas, it's a 5-7 finish to the half. They'll take that after the slow start, and that's exactly what I said coming in. Pampa will come through in this map warm. After how the previous series of theirs unwound, after how long they've been playing today, that wasn't a surprise. But the finish is, and right back at you, 1xBet, stick with what they had coming into the map. 9 Pandas are the favorites, 1.5 to 2.3. Those live odds ever so much shifty, but still ends the way that things have started. Well, again, doesn't seem we have an update, so we'll be throwing things to a break once more. We'll be back shortly. Well, I'd like to say they should start to inch toward the conclusion, but I also don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Into the pistol we go again. Pampa up, but not by a lot. That could all come to an end here if they can't manage to swing away another pistol win. They did in the first half, looked good while doing it. This is where things are going to matter a little bit more, though, as the 9 Pandas have all 5 players to come headstrong into the B site and meet the 1 defender. Sly, I don't even think he's going to try putting up a fight. Instead, they leave C's behind, letting the TTs walk into him. Dooley's fall, and a 2-for-1 trade. More than a bang for your buck. Players dropped, info gathered. Dooley's stolen away, but still recovered on their escapade back into the site. Sly. Next up, next dropped, and with a 2-on-4 blooming in the favor of 9 Pandas, it seems this one is all under wraps. Idis balance, just waiting for the opportune moment to swing out, and that seems to be now. Eventually takes Emmy with him, and 3 players stay alive to tell the tale of a successful pistol. 9 Pandas, I think they're right back at you. They've called Pampa no interest in fighting for this. But so far, it's, I'd say, off to a rocky start. Idis balance. I'm not sure where he got tagged to 50, but he did. Oh, but this is hard. So, if there was any chance at maybe going for like a couple of exits, kind of seems out of the question now. And the worst part is it's glowing here too. So it's the MAC-10 finding all these kills, and it doesn't seem like you'll have a trade very soon inbounds. 3 for 1, dude. That's $1,800 that you're never gonna get back. And they would have loved way more than an SMG. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Even then, they won't get away with it. Emmy, though, he's snuck through, or maybe not so much snuck. I think Clack saw the shadow before things got too far out of hand, and now there's real problems afoot. They're sneaking back in through Connector, though, so Canals is a potential worry. Oh, maybe not for long, though. They could spin back around to find another nice little entry, long range. MAC-10, I'm surprised at how many bullets it's firing down, but it's all an effort to distract the rotating players. A left all the further vacant as Harn looks to try and fill that gap. He sneaks through a smoke of his own. 50 seconds, and they're not out. Wait, what is going on? They're gonna leave glowing all by his own? What's going on here? 9 Pandas, they've given a chance back, and Harn wants to make it the most. With a trade from Midas Balance, it seems we're back down to reality. Even though time is run down to 30 seconds, it shouldn't really matter all that much. Sly and Beanox are both low. And with extra HEs really starting to add up, it's not a pretty sight. Jumping in. Can't even deliver the kill on the bomb carrier, let alone the man trading him out and seized. So it's a nice conversion for the Pandas that puts them in the lead for the first time this map. Again, Pampa have to work with underwhelming weaponry. And I think Beanox has been tagged. I think he had, yeah. Oh, this is not good. Or maybe it is. Hold on. What is happening? 2 pistols, both on kills. But the trades are back in. Midas Balance is low. Very abusable right now, and they need to keep that in the back of their minds. Beanox was never traded. Gonna wait. Next moves to be made by the few remaining CTs, and now it seems again things have come down to a more calm conclusion. The Pandas, they struggled in the early round, and here's the big problem. If that kill comes through on Midas Balance, if it turns to a 5-on-3 or a 5-on-2, I think the round is done. I think you see a lot more swings from the 9 Pandas, trading out the few remaining guns, and Pampa would steal away an insane round. However, looking at the split now, it's kind of crazy. It is 9-1. In the past 10 rounds, it has been all 9 Pandas favored, and this is more of what I expected coming into this map. With how uncomfortable Pampa have looked on it in the past, with how T-sided this is of a team, it's kind of hard to imagine a world where they take this map. and with how good the defenses usually are for the 9 Pandas, it only felt like a matter of time before they started waking up. But they have got the up out on Harm, so if there's one saving grace, this would be it. And I love the confidence that Pampa put in him and him alone. He's the only one here on A, nobody even close. And they're still not rotating, because why bother? You got your best man on the job. Might as well have faith in him when the smoke comes down. He's still fighting. I love it. Getting his hands dirty, but maybe too dirty. So much so that a sponge can't even clean him off. Nade goes in and out goes Emmy. The only kill found in this round is the opener from Harn. Everything else a dumpster fire. That is an upsetting way to lose your round. I mean, you finally get the op on Harn. You finally think maybe this is what you need to start cracking through this offense, stopping them dead in their tracks, but it gets you nowhere. They find the opener, Harn delays, rotations come through. I just wish you would have played a little more passively when it comes to holding down the site. Wow, all right, that's crazy. That's a big gun to drop. But I wanted to see him stay a little more passive behind that wall. Let his teammates take the blows first. Go tit for tat with the trades coming in. And the buy here still isn't all that great, lacking a lot of sustenance. So, the distance of this success is to be determined as they flash out into the canals. Ooh, all right. Openers go their way, and the trades do behind it. Sly getting away with more than just the one. He and Emmy combine and make this round competitive. Dilates, I think he's waiting for this smoke to fade rather than just nading through it. Oh, but you're never going to expect this angle, are you? Maybe you will if Enox comes walking into you, but no kill comes by. Oh, this is bad news. I call it Ant's Law, and I do for a reason. Because anytime you need the goings to stop, you need a rounds to be taken aback. It's always the eco that gets you there. Well, at this point, again, it's probably just a mission of saving. Oh, he's going to walk straight into the death barrel of Morels. Now, normally, I feel like we'd see saves there, but the 9 Pandas, with how good things have been going for them, I respect the attempt, but you've just handed the op right back over to Harn. Which is always worrisome. I rate this guy highly, and I do it for a reason. Because he's just that good. Oh, alright, well. Maybe I overrated him a little too much, because Ida's balance puts him right back in his place. Molly's burn at the toes of Morels, and deny him any forward presence in mid. And the 9 Pandas are going to bleed out Pampa. They've done this a couple of times. On the CT side, we saw it when they were trying to kill the streak of momentum that Pampa had added up early on. Well, what is going on here? They're all about to walk through B main, and this is a little scary, because if 9 Pandas were in, like, A main right now, there'd be nothing they could do to stop this A approach. It'd be vacant. But the rotations are still cut in pretty much half. Wait, what's going on here? Sly? He just barely didn't see out his balance, but I think eventually he will. They're being way too cautious about their movements. Oh, this is huge. This is huge. Their entire approach from long, no, not stinted, but put down to a crawl as the kill is exchanged. 20 seconds to go, and all the CTs now rotate back into the A site. Now well-equipped to fend this up. Not a single kill to speak of, and in the end, it's only one that changes. Pampa. A shaky start, but a very scary finish. And the Pandas call a pause. That was their rounds to win. They just took so long to do anything with their advantage that it was rendered meaningless. And I love the way that Pampa go about taking the risks in that round, because they lose the opening pick. They say, you know what, for the time being, let's all stack B. If they go B, cool. If they don't, whatever, we save. But then they walk into B main dry. And now, normally, that's something you'd put skepticism on. But since they walk in with 3 players, they're likely to win numbers. Render the opening pick meaningless. Have numbers up in one of the biggest choke points of the round. And if nobody's there, you start flanking. 9 Pandas, they just weren't doing anything for so long that they let Pampa take the map back. I don't think the pistols are going to present much of a roadblock here. Yeah, just quickly swept under the rug by the overwhelming Pampa rifles. With the bomb dropped into connector. Yeah, Beanox has his attention split the wrong way, but it really shouldn't matter. Because as soon as his first pick comes in, got everybody hard trained on your area. Not enough bullets to do enough damage. He does good on his way out. 2 kills, a couple of rebuys. It's not anything to write off, but still not anything that changes much. Oh, well, that's a good opener for C's. Rarely have they gotten this quick into mid, but again, we saw what happened last round when they took long. They can't take a lot of time this one. Maybe they can. Pitching Beanox on his lurk. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll take that statement back, because I do like the adjustment 9 Pandas have made. Instead of forcing themselves to go aggressively, they set up lurkers around the map. They put their heels in every trench. If they push out B main, Glowing sees it. Doesn't have to commit. Chooses whether he wants to fight or not. If they push through B main, if they push through canals, you had Clax to spot it. They push through A, Clax would also see it, but still you have I Disbalance holding from the mid window. It was just a good idea from 9 Pandas. Oh. With that Disbalance combining, it's looking ever so much more unlikely that Pampa win this round. Watch the smoke, though. They could do some damage, Arn. Good collection on the first, but the mag eventually runs out of ammo, and they put this back to a winnable point. 2-on-2, and there's still utility in play. Actually, no. Not from the side of the CTs, but Harn's sticking the defuse. They don't know this, but they're both stuck in canals, and he doesn't have a kit. Both spotted, running him down and running out. Op holding the angle. I disbalance. Knows he doesn't have a kit. Waits for him to swing in. One bullet's all the difference. Harn's gonna run him down. I disbalance. Misses the quick scope, and all of a sudden, Pampa in a 2-on-5. Pull it back. It takes two to make a thing go right. And it takes Harn to get the lead for Pampa, reacquiring what was lost for so long in this second half. And what an electrifying way to do it. They give the bomb plant over, though, so the Pandas aren't going to be wept out yet. They've still got one more investment. But if this is a shutdown round for Pampa, we might just be speaking of Inferno. A lot of utility wasted trying to get up their mid, and it's a failed effort for the time being. Met by an 8-2, good damage on seized. They're taking their time about this one. Wise with when and how they use the utility. A minute remains, and a couple more smokes are thrown round the board. Currently, they don't even opt to throw one in mid. Since it's Harn there, he can just post. Actually, no, it's Emmy with the op this round, interestingly enough. But they've got a two-prong setup on the A site. However, B push from Sly, a little unwarranted. Cost them a big pick, 36 seconds, and they cheat most of their rotations to the B site, which seems to be right for the time being. 4 of them crunching in from canals, and Beanox here's all of them running in, lining up. AK needed to get a double. But they still got well-helped reinforcements on this end of the map. Harn, even seeing Emmy, gives the warning to his teammates. Time running low, and they have to go in. There is no backing away at this point. You've shown your hand, now you must play it. Bomb recovered with 15 seconds. The bomb needs to go down, and Harn needs to move in. This crossfire is still in effect, too. Clacks, the last. But remember, he was spotted earlier on. No bomb plant, no soup for you. 9 Pandas, maybe kissing goodbye, Anubis. It was a punish pick. It was a risk coming into this map for the 9 Pandas. And one world I didn't even consider was the world where the 9 Pandas lost it. And out of timeouts. Rather, I won't say out, but they're out now. Last one used up from Pampa to really try and dig this one home. And everything left on the field for 9 Pandas. They want to really make sure they've got all their T's crossed and I's dotted. You don't want to be playing against a 9 Pandas in overtime because, yeah, you've got cash to buy in the next round, but there will be a lot missing, and this is going to be an A-rush. No holds barred. They've got Emmy in the right area. This is exactly where you want your op to be. Flash to push him off of the angle. They know it's coming, but he's actually missed the movement to get back into the A site. Oh, things are not looking great. P90 rushes him down, and his smoke comes in alongside a couple of mollies and HEs. But the trades seem to favor the bold, and in a 3-on-3, this is very winnable for Pampa. Still HEs, but not any longer as Idis Balance drops one of the most utility-carrying players. Flash back in, blinded up, Harn drops, and Beanox has everything to do. I said you didn't want to play against 9 Pandas in overtime. Well, now it might not be up to you. Flax is low, and so is Seized, but Idis Balance is the one to worry about, not only with the most health, but with the op. When this smoke fades, it feels like so are the chances of winning this round. Beanox isn't even all that aware of where Flax is. The only reason he knows is because he spots him before his last breath. Idis Balance is still there for the trade, however. And Pampa won't get it done here. Midas balance. Trying to get his hands dirty early on by taking a pick or at least a shot through a smoke. Met by resistance on the HE, but nothing more, nothing less. Flashing back in, fully blind, glowing. Sacrificial lamb for the first kill, and Midas balance trade will be nowhere near this time. A molly deep, that op won't be recovered for at least another 10 seconds while they figure out what's going on the rest of the map. 3 on 5. Pampa, they've won in situations like this. I don't think we've seen him drop one just yet. Now would have to be the time if 9 Pandas still want to fight for Anubis. But again, I love this. They stay eager. They don't just let info fall away. They want to keep it in their back pocket. Clax holding the mid push. Ami waltzing in. And Morels won't follow in his teammates' footsteps. Instead, takes it as a warning and falls away. Needing to go back to A in case that's where this push changes course to. Oh, no, but they're going to bait Morels to walk straight in. 38 seconds. Do they try to punish him? No, or at least they do, but too late on the trigger. Molly in the corner. Diladez is kept around. It's distraction that's aiding Pampa right now. And now with all players finally regrouping in, the all-out push comes in behind it. Oh, spotting the shoulder of Arn. They know somebody behind this pillar, but all the CT start to coincide together, and it ends up in a 1v1. Morales regroups with his teammates and connector. The engagement of the game, and it seems Clax comes out the victor. I said we haven't seen it yet. It's about time 9 Pandas had favor in theirs. And now they've got to play for it in the later rounds. Keep in mind, too, Pampa just got out of an overtime thriller versus B8. But it seems that 9 Pandas are right back to winning ways. After the shortcomings of the past few rounds and how close they were, now it's about time we see something more convincing. Seized Diladez both happy to show. Arn, he's just looking to hold on to the op. Even though it's not a big thing to lose, I mean, still like to not toss it away. But I don't know if Hemi will get away for very much longer. He's got 2 players pushing him down, and he won't even find the first. Glowing. Too quick for reactions to be allocated, and now the 9 Pandas again take the lead. Arn, first blood, but it's a soul for a soul, so says Diladez, and maybe even 2 as the off angle catches the offer. The ace site's his, and he knows it. Takes every little advantage as they come, and so will Glowing. 2 players again for the 9 Pandas. Destroy Pampa's defense. Seized. That's out of the smoke. Maybe the only 1%. Nope, never mind. Can't even get the thought off before Seized says absolutely not. Well, not wanting to go home empty-handed, Pompa at least have Emmy to thank for an opening pick in this one. But openers have not been the end-all be-all, as we have seen frequently throughout this map. Titus Balance gonna walk back into connector too, solo, albeit. That's crazy. And if he finds this pick, that's currently one of the only players at this end of the map. Oh, flick doesn't land though. Titus Balance, so rarely has he let those slip. And one-for-one trades won't be helping you out at this stage of the round if you're 9Pandas. You need some convincing kills to come your way. And maybe that's what you're looking for. A double down from Glowing, sending rotations in a flurry. Flash in, and now they know where Harn is. That's a big thing to be giving away. But the problem is, they're low. They can't really afford to take too many tools. Nading inside of the smoke, however, they don't know that that was lock on to Harn. And they've still got to deal with Emmy. A one-for-one trade, though, now you're fine with that if you could somehow manifest it. Emmy walking in, that's a hard shot to hit. And the same thing could be said for the recovered op and Glowing. Look, they really came close to pulling that back. And I assume they would have expected Harn's flank. But end of the day, when you're in a 5-on-2, that's usually how it's going to go down. Bump up. Remembering back to the first half, it is their offense that set them apart from what 9Pandas had to respond. But now, it feels like it's a whole different team we're watching, or maybe it's just same old, and me. Oh my lord, a lot of damage inside of that molly. What I thought could have been a guaranteed pick turns again nightmarish. Are they still throwing HEs? No, but when the dust settles, he'll fall to 13 HP, and Morales is sitting outside connector. Diladez, you could tell he was eager to take his life from him. The utility has certainly gone in the favor of 9Pandas this round, if you ask me. I just realized they still have this double op. Rather, they just have the double op in general. And this regroup is aiming right to the B site, where again, not really a lot in response beyond Glowing, waiting for Morels to come walking in. You don't want to pull the op out just yet. Oh, you needed to find that kill. That could have been the biggest opportunity of the round. Now Diladez is stuck between hell and high water, and there is no way he's getting it alive. He does a lot of damage and sets his team up nicely for a potential retake. Morales the only one with a reasonable amount of HP. Beyond that, it's a combined total of 15. As the remaining few HEs leave the belts. Not planted for Emmy's current flank. Seized? Oh, did he see him? No, not yet, Emmy. Weary of something like this, but eventually, Seized catches the right timing. That's good news, but you still need to deal with Morales. I told you earlier on, he's the one with all the health, and they expect Harn to be pushed up a little further in the aggressive stance, but Another shot miss isn't doing them any favors at this rate now with time running as low as it is. This is a dead in the water round seized. Pre-fire all you want. Nothing will steal the round back. And seems we have another issue with Harn, so we'll throw things to a quick break, and when we come back, hopefully things come to a close. $14-all, it seems we are dead drawn even in the overtime thriller that is Anubis between Pampa and Nine Pandas. However, Nine Pandas defense has had its struggles throughout this entire map on their first half of the game, and so far here alongside it. They're trying to throw some quickness into it with a quick con push, and into canals they go. It doesn't seem Pampa are all that ready for it. In fact, look at how far up Klax is right now. He's about to take an engagement in water with Morels that neither he nor Glowing win. The round's entire plan hinged on that working, and when it didn't, it all fell apart. And now Pampa are just really killing this one out. Letting time dwindle, but also giving time to Idis Balance, who isn't ready for the approaching long push. But now Seized is an unknown asset. They're running this angle down, expecting someone to be here. Are they going to clear this corner? Yeah, they are. Seized. Oh, man, that's crazy. What a spot. But they still don't get that kill just yet. And in doing so, he's got an opportunity. Oh, he lagged out. That's unfortunate. Wait, hold on a second. I think they're strategically trying to kill him or not. What? Okay. That was a little grimy from Harn, I gotta say. But Diladez does expect Harn to be good, so he is just gonna hold this down. Harn has to win the fight, and thanks to the A1S being his opponent, he does. That is a crazy rounds to win. But it seems Seized is having some issues, so we're going to go back to a break. And hopefully this time, we are ready to end it when we come back. Okay, so hopefully, the shortcomings of map 1 are done. I'm just throwing it out there. But Pampa are still one away from taking the grand prize home of map 1. So, who knows? Overtime or bust, says 9 Pandas. Diladez is ready behind this smoke, but they did this last round, so I think Pampa are going to be a little cautious about how much they give. Oh, but look at this from Enox. He sees the head of Idis Balance, but what the? I don't even know Idis Balance can see him. That's a crazy opener. And that might just go on to send this to another overtime. Unless they flash through this smoke. Which I don't believe they will. It seems they're just gearing up for a push through. Yeah, they're walking into it. What the? I mean, the trade's in, sure, but this is an easy kill. Morales isn't even his gun out! Yeah, this is just overtime. Unless they've got another 2-on-4 up their sleeve, but seems a bit far-fetched, and with the pace they're taking, it's not doing them any favors, but they did see Seized, and with the opportunity you missed, it seems he's just going to take his leave and go into the A site. Again, they haven't cleared Klax, but I don't think they're planting for him, so shouldn't be seeing him anyway, and Harn's just starting to kill back. Long range XM10. That gun is ridiculous, man. Low as it is, Harn switches out to the AK. That nade should be lethal for a kill on Seized, but now he's got 2 players to worry about. Walking in A main, are you kidding? Spray down to get this game over with. Pampa take Anubis.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you got to do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
It took us long enough to get here, but now it's Pampa sitting up by a map when we do, and it's their home turf to try and close out the series. 9 Pandas, they're gonna have to work a lot harder for it. Pilot as though catching wind of the first player's whereabouts, and Maxi Harn never ended up leaving though. And they're going to try taking advantages elsewhere, through the apartments notably so. This crossfire is going to be one hell of a difficulty to break through. But you do at least have numbers. Now, where's this smoke going to go? That's my question on Moto. So rotation's cut, and one flash to get him out. Pit player temporally blind, but now spotting out both of the players. It seems they'll get through this one with ease. Running out of bullets, Tyler has his no match. And they've even got Harn crept all the way through. Realizes his opportunity of timing's been missed. Seized expects someone to be here, though. Harn still comes away with the kill and dives into Library. No, instead falls back to the non-so-sanctuary place of Arch. Still an advantage, though. 2-on-3, and there's no kits for the 9 Pandas, so then you have to have a little haste coming back into this. And they've split themselves up. One through the apartments. Now spotted and dispatched of. It seems this one is all under wraps. Glowing not even going to bother throwing his smoke away into the abyss. This round is got Pampa written all over it. Glowing, it still seems like he wants to do some bonus damage on his way out. He doesn't have armor, so I think he just dies to the bomb here. Could be wrong, but he will take a lot of damage. I think it's because he knew he had a P250, but that is so funny. That is so funny. But again, this is just USPs we're talking about, so my expectations are pretty low. You got one Deagle on Glowing, though, and he really wants to push his advantage. Clearing out Banana, checking whether or not they're coming this way. And I think without any information, he's going to send his team back to the other side of the map, which, you know, seems a little too late now. They've already swarmed it, but look at Sly. Trying to sneak his way in at the very last few seconds. Couple of kills could do him good. And he'd love to have the cash. Well, now see Sly's missed his window of opportunity. Glowing, the only Deagle spotted out in Arch. Needs to try to take some heads off with it. Sly, though, wins the first duel, not the second. Still doesn't really matter all that much. It's a MAC 10 exchange, not really a big deal. And Emmy, the only person who would be on high alert, he's long gone. So, yeah, they lose a couple of players, but in the meanwhile, they get their second with every AK recovered. Not a lot of utility going into this for the Pandas. But there's at least enough to thwart them from coming through. For now, that is. The smokes and nades start to leave their belts frantically, however. That may be a different story as time continues to tick forward. And there's a double stack coming through under the balcony. Oh, that's not great. Now you're all alone. You've even got a flash to try and separate him from the bunch. Flashing out, Clack sees nothing. They've actually got a lot of space right now for Pampa. But it's at the expense of a lot of utility. They do end up committing to A. That is their choice. And with the defense split properly, there's only 2 players you'd have to go through. Again, though, one of the strongest crossfires in the game is this pit site stack. That's exactly what they've gone for. First man cleared at a heavy expense, but still with the trades coming through, it's a 3-on-2, and at the very last few seconds, the bomb does go down. I wondered if, again, they want to go for this. Again, they're going on to a save if things don't go their way. And with Beanox about to clear out lane, this should be all under wraps. Rio start. Pampa again off to the races. We saw them do this on Anubis. I guess it kind of mattered. Even though they struggled in the late half. Still did well. Closed it out. 16-14 win. But you've also got to consider how T-sided this map can be, right? I mean, you find 2 kills, and you're almost never seeing that team lose the round. It's just so hard to have a rebuttal as a CT on this map so many different ways. But so far, it doesn't seem like this is Pampa's round just yet. C's denied his balance, though, create a bit of a roadblock. Because, yeah, there's a smoke. They've waited so long, I feel like they have to go through that. But they're not going to. And again, this is something we saw get the better of 9 Pandas on Anubis, where they would take so long to actually come through. Oh, wait, are they going to try to retake this? They might. Actually, they're all sitting in front of this smoke. At this point, you have to wait this out, though, right? I mean, can't be the one throwing the smoke. He's the first taking contact, and there's the AK. They're all going to start running in now. Guns need to be pulled out. It's Sly Will. 5-7 up close. No response. 9 Pandas. They were making it scary for Pampa, but at the end of the day, it's their rounds to lose, and so seems like they won't lose it. Sly doesn't even take a hell of a lot of damage for all the fights encouraged there. 3 kills, different fights taken, and 1 bullet landed. That's one hell of a trade, and the M4's not even going to bother going back in for this. Claxwell. Not too much of a risk in tossing aside measly Glock. Or I'm sorry, a measly CZ. So, you get it. Oh, alright, that's a good kill, though. It's not like it's going to do anything, right? He doesn't have a kit, but... It's an extra gun you took away. It's good stuff. Up in play from Midas Balance, though, again, trying to turn around the fortune that's so far been pretty against them this series. The smoke, that'd be a big duel to exchange. Again, I talked about how openers can be huge on this map for T's and how unbearable it can be to respond to them as a defender. I like that Glowing doesn't fully commit to that. Oh, but you gotta be careful, Dilatez, because as soon as you give Sly an opener like that, it is nightmarish. Rotations pulled from I Disbalance, so you've at least got the off on the right side of the map. But again, it's 4-on-5. Your defense is split 2-2, and we've seen Pampa abuse this over and over again. Pop shot fired off, but it's a mere warning. They're going to still go into the site, not taking the warning and flashing him off of the angle instead, but they're met by a smoke of their own. Now you wonder how this round's going to pan out, because I think they're cheating glowing back to the A site. But they've read onto this. And while yes, glowing's coming back, I don't know if he'll be here in time. Flashes come through, and you can tell he wants to fight inside of this smoke, but I don't think he should, because trade should be in. No! Everybody lines up! 6 seconds! Time is their greatest enemy! Beanox, he had the lurk! He had both kills on the A site, dead to rights! But they line up just a little too close coming through that smoke. And that was Pompa's rounds to win. They did everything right. Except that one small mistake. Timeout call. That is a heartbreaking round to lose, regardless of the perspective it's from. Because it's still, even as a win, extremely close. But, I mean, both of these teams are on the verge of bankruptcy in this pool. Oh my god, Clax. He's just run all the way down mid. Morales doesn't have his gun out again! But somebody's dying here, and it's likely to be Harm. As soon as wait, no, he spotted it. I think he saw that, but nobody's turning around and coming into this. Harm? What is going on, Pampa? It's a mess. Morales, this should be a trade, but the bomb's dropped in Mexi. And at this point, it'll be desperation aiding you back into this round. Ooh, a couple of kills, though, wouldn't hurt. And it's a 2-on-2. Wait, hold on a second. Because they still have to go back and get the bomb. I'm just not sure if the Pandas are aware of this yet or not. And here's where the round really gets tough. Because there's so many different angles to clear. So many different spots Diladez could be or might be tucked into. And every extra second they use is every extra second these defenders are going to creep close. Morales not clearing out the angle of Diladez. Instead, they just group up, walk together. Again, they have to go get this bomb. And who does the one? But Diladez sneaking back through. I thought maybe they would take an engagement, but apparently not. They're going to walk back to the B site. 20 seconds to go, and for now, it seems like the Pandas are certain that it's going A. But at the same time, 2-on-2s like this, I mean, you're fine with retaking B. You got one molly and one smoke. That's honestly not all that bad. Flash slows down this banana flank as the tool is taken on. Rel swings in and doesn't come out the victor. That is problematic. Beanox now has all to do with the first head scene. An info on Glowing's whereabouts. Talks headshot angle on the fountain. Sprays off. Glowing gets the clutch. Leave it to him and he will deliver. What another big performance. Great stuff. And an electrifying game. Clutches galore. And again, that feels like it should have been Pompa's round. But Morales, there's just no point in him taking backhaul there. It's a nice post plant to have, right? But you can't be just throwing one of your players away like that. But Pampa, they're going to keep the guns out thanks to how close the round was, but got another thing coming in the likes of Midas Balance in the off. What a flashback in! No. Sees that's what he's good for. It's veteran plays like that when you big rounds like this. Enox, oh, I actually thought Alex was in the apartments. No, instead, he sits on the balcony, waiting for his prey to walk into him. Oh, Dylanez! He and Glowing are a two-man army at Banana that will not be cracked open. If they wanted it, they had to take it way earlier on. Now instead, Beanox has a 1v5 on his plate, staring down the barrel of 3 different CTs at the A site alone. Yeah, this one's not going to go over well. Doesn't take a genius to know that this is 9 Pandas round, and Pampa finally have to bow out and give a save. Seized. First peek, first kill, first blood. And first chance to tie up this game for the 9 Pandas. But then, sure, they love. Well, not so fast, says Beanox. Deagle's good for 1. Oof, all right. I mean, he's contributing too. This is a little worrisome. Should still be fine though. It's, 2-on-4. It's 3-on-4, yeah, but they've got guns. They've got the advantage. Beanox encouraged to swing out thanks to Clack's misclick. Wow, that was tongue twister. And then, yeah, there's the ship sinking. In real time, we see it. It's just kind of hard to piece that one back together. But, I don't know. Maybe this kill comes in. Wow, all right. That's cool. But now we see the guns come back out from Pampa again. It's been inconsistent these past few rounds. 9 Pandas, again, they've woken up. It took them a little bit, but now they've got some more breathing room than they did over on Anubis. But it doesn't seem to be mattering at all. At least if you're Pampa. Those guns have provided you no aid. And 9 Pandas, this is one thing they do really well. When they get the advantage, they make sure they bleed you out. They don't give anything. With only 20 seconds left, they're going to see if exec straight up into A will work. There's not a smoke for Claxon Pit, so he is forced out on this, but again, there's no guns out. Midas Balance Shot missed. They know he's stuck in the back of the site. Now is where things get a little hairy, and with only 1 kill to speak of, this is a get around that's winnable for Pomp if they get the bomb down. 4 seconds. Wait, literally can't get closer. And again, it's up to a retake for the 9 Pandas, which have been shockingly good this game. Especially for a map like Inferno, but with both players hard pressed and trained in on this arch wrap. Hard to imagine the world unwinding in the 9 Pandas' favor. Diladez seen the gun barrel. Shaky on the spray, but still a conversion no less. Pampa right back at it. Want the timeout. It seems that 9 Pandas want to get their things in order quickly before Pampa can use this momentum. Did they use 2 timeouts? Did they just use 2 timeouts in one round? All right, hey man, they really want to get their things in order. I don't know what to say. But Diladez is the one striking first, so maybe the double timeout was worth it. Pampa, they've struggled a lot working in these deficits. Oh, well, there's the XM10 striking again. Looks like 9 Pandas are having fun with this one. So is Harn, but only fun he'll be having is on the jungle gym that he runs through trying to get back into spawn or anywhere somewhere safe.
Counter-terrorists win.
This is a lot more competitive of a game than I would have expected. Maybe even still got the XM10 in play. That's crazy. I'm telling you, man, this gun is just not okay. And I kind of like that Pump are taking their sweet time on this one, because normally a big mistake I see a lot of teams make on these rounds is you go with these initial sets of utility, these defaults, right? Where you maybe molly banana, throw a smoke at the top, and even then they're still kind of doing it more than I'd like. If you can hold on to this utility, these 2 mollies, this 1 smoke, then you should have enough to at least cover the basics of getting into a site. Flashes will be, gone, but essentially, the game plan here is try to bleed out the defensive utility they have. The one good thing is, Clax really doesn't have anything to stop them from barreling out of the apartments. Emmy's going to throw his set, flash them out of the apps, molly under bow, pretty basic stuff, and kind of leave faith in his team, which is maybe ill-placed. Trades do not come at all. 2 players on B, or I'm sorry, 2 players on the site is all it takes to knock them down a peg, and the Tech 9 ain't going to get you anywhere closer. 9 Pandas. It'll at least be a tie going into the second half, but more than that. No bomb plant. That was a force buy. It's not great. But again, it's a couple of Deagles and a Galil to help you in this sound. Like, really, I don't think this is going far. Nade Molly combo keeps the smoke blown wide open as they walk into the barrel of the op. Titus Balance is happy to walk away with a tag. He'll leave the job a lot easier off for C's to complete. Incomplete's not the word I'm looking for here, but Clax is still doing his own. He and Titus Balance have been a sight to behold on the A site. This defense has stood up tall to almost every task asked of it. Maybe with the hiccup here and there. But it's certainly enough to stop Harn from getting back in. Tag no bag, but still, on 8 HP, I don't have high hopes for Harn and his Deagle's success. So, when it all comes to an end, it'll be 9 Pandas up 7-5. It's a good lead to have. Well, no surprise to see a tech issue in the mix. Had a couple of them this series so far, so without an update, I will throw it to a break and hope that we'll be back shortly. Second half now ready to get underway. Pampa switching to their defense, which has lived up to the hype in some spots, but hasn't in others. Now, this is their pick, but it's also the Nine Pandas' best map. Ditto for both of these teams. This is a comfort territory. Only now, we've got to see how well they look as things tend to conclude. So far, it's split up from the Nine Pandas. It's not very characteristic of them. On these pistols, it's usually a more grouped up, condensed game plan. Not here. And Morels is in Boiler to hear all of these footsteps pitter-pattering through. He and Sly looking to combine. And it seems they haven't been spotted. The second, the ladder. It's nothing done. Dualies can't connect. A shallow game from Morels, and they could have really used his help in this. And now it just kind of seems like Pampa are on their course to drop in this round. And with the bomb going down, I kind of just feel like this is going to be a save call from Pampa. And I can't even blame him for it, right? You kind of go into the round, you have this idea, you had Morels and Sly with this really nasty setup in Boiler, but Morels just couldn't come through. A couple of times he was given that opportunity, and I didn't keep my eye on Sly, so I didn't see whether he left or stayed around, but you gotta get one there as Morels. I mean, especially with how hard he was committing, with how many shots he got off. I mean, the first peak, 3 players weren't looking at him. He's been having a really unfortunate game, but moments like that are not going to help you. There's not a lot to help their cause here. I love that nade from Glowing. I think they're just going to go into B with that. No, again, patience from the Pandas. And I think that's one thing this team has done really well in I won't really call it adaptations, but just change in form. Because when this Nine Pandas team came to be, I want to say about a half a year ago, maybe longer, they were a very aggressive team. Almost like, you know, original BNE levels of aggressive. And it got them far, but it also had them come up short at a lot of different points. But now, a lot more patient, a lot more passive. They don't overextend as much. And you see how far it gets them. Here, those extra couple of seconds, they allow Emmy to not escape. And again, this is just going to be a round done and dusted. And this is a force buy from Pampa, too. And these rounds are still getting away from the Pandas, man. I'm sorry, from Pampa. They just can't really seem to catch back up. I gotta say, the one thing that 9 Pandas have been dominating this game on feels like it's been the opening picks. It feels like almost every time it's the Pandas getting an opener. It's them finding first blood. And then we always see Pampa in these 4-on-5s struggle to get back into rounds and then essentially push themselves to the brink trying to trade out picks. Max 7, the broken wall, one taken with him, but was hoping for a lot more. It's crazy to see that we have seen better jumping accuracy from AKs than Mag 7s this game. That's kind of wild. This was all a distraction that didn't really work. That FAMAS jumps out of the apartments, and one overextension goes a long way, and Sly just gave him this chance to route back into A. This smoke comes in, and I think Morels can rotate back in time. But right now, this is the Beanox show, and he has got 4 players to deal with on a CZ. Newsflash, probably not going to be all that great, especially when Glax's duty is just hard holding that angle down. So, looks like for now, this one's under lock and key, and 9 Pandas will get double digits before too late. This is a really good look at 9 Pandas, man. You kind of wonder where this defense was on Anubis. Again, we expected somewhat of a slower wake-up. But even beyond that, we saw Pampa end the half off in a really good way, where it kind of felt like 9 Pandas came up short. Better late than never. I mean, you bring this into Mirage, and I don't have the highest of faith in Pampa. But again, this is also a really hard map to defend on in general, right? You got to have a good offense. You have to put up numbers on that T side. And when you don't, this is kind of how you expect things to go. Oh, Beanox, though. Seen what's to come. Now he has to do something about it. With 38 seconds, the only thing he does is call for the assistance of Sly. They've got a lot of utility to stop this, at least I believe. Ooh, that nade's gonna hurt, and so are these sprays. Titus Balance is the one finding open blood. Emmy's just looking to hold down the fort with 28 seconds to go. He needed a bonus kill. And with it falling by the wayside, this one again has 9 Pandas written all over it. It's that opening pick from Titus Balance. And I gotta say, it feels like 9 Pandas have mastered the timing of these nade or these smoke nades, right? Opening up the smokes at the perfect time to use it to find opening picks. We've seen them do it the entire series very, very well. Pampa are going for this. Rightfully so, they kind of have to, or maybe not. Morels, he was the only one inbound, and you got to think, if there's somewhere close by, coming up in Anna looking for exits, someone in CT also looking for exits, they could have come back in off of that kill and tried to make something out of this, but now, kind of left out of luck. And an 11 finds its way to the 9 Pandas' back pocket. Another timeout called. Again, surprisingly enough, it's by the 9 Pandas after a 1 round like that. Utility down Banana Pampa. One of their last chances to show what they've got on Inferno. And that's exactly what you need to see. Morels and Beanox both coming to life in a very important gun round. Leaving it to Idis Balance and Seized. Without a lot of hope. They didn't throw a lot of counter utility in the early round though, so both of these players are still very well equipped. Not done for long. Idis Balance, any more kills like that, you gotta worry about the finalized part of the round. 36 seconds, Seized is low, but he has a molly to stop them from coming out of the apartment. So a bomb plant is well warranted and well gathered. There's one to come right back. And yeah, wait, no. Seized has just gotten another kill. This is not so free as it initially looked, but Beanox is going to stick to the fuse. At this point, really no risk in it. Double flash comes out of the apartments. He expects Beanox to not be on it. And this time, the veteran fails. It's caught by one of the oldest tricks in the book. Pros don't fake. Well, I wouldn't really call it a trick. So Pampa trying to breathe life back into this game. But you've got a very long way to go. And remember, one mistake and it's kind of all for nothing. And that's the unfortunate part about being in a situation like this. It just sucks that of all maps you have to try and come back on, it's the CT side of Inferno. A lot of utility down Banana, too, with damage combining. Seized and Glowing both put on life support in this round. Even Idis Balance is starting to get low, but in the trade, they've given over Beanox, so slight overextension once more, and it's cost them a lot. I mean, imagine, I kind of fancy this round as a 5-on-5, right? I mean, that damage on Itis Balance really isn't all that meaningful. And there's Harn stepping it up, collecting the 2 players that weren't even low, so maybe it is now worth it, as there's still one hell of a defense to be put up at the A site. Not even 100 HP to combine between the 3 remaining players. MP9s, M4s, they all coincide for what seems to be another round in Pompa's back pocket. Problem is, too, they're not even going to get 2 for the price of 1 in almost any of these rounds. It's pretty much all going to be up to their own devices, because so long as bomb plants come through, which, you know, they've gotten consistently enough, there shouldn't be much worry for the Pandas. Except for maybe getting in their own head, which, you know, could be a problem of its own. Quicker play this time around. They're going to try and exploit Arch. They didn't actually buy into this. I like the patience and I like the discipline, but still doesn't mean you're going to magically come away with the round. Instead, you're going to get steamrolled, or maybe not. Clash of Itis Balance, 3 kills out of nowhere, but the bomb is still stuck in Arch. That's the biggest roadblock of the round. But honestly, even if you don't win this, job done for the Pandas. They know Harn's in that corner. Like, does he? Clax! Spots the head! And what a way it would be to close down this game. Phoenox wants to follow up with Clack's last known area. Nothing seen, nothing given. Moving back in. Clax was high. He saw him jump back into the apartment. All right, back turned. It was a round they should have had no business losing. But it still comes dangerously close, and Money can't really afford to go giving away guns like that. Timeout called, though. That was close, and that's their last. But the job's not done yet. You're Pampa, you've still got a long road to go. But away we go. And seems 9 Pandas are hands off with this one. Clax flashed into the apartments. Looks the wrong way, so Slide gets away. And into Banana goes Beanox. They haven't really regrouped anywhere just yet. Not fully committed to anything. And it seems Banana should be their end-all be-all. Nade placed at the bottom perfectly. So Molly combines. They don't even know about somebody in the corner, or do they? A lot of damage taken, but I love the decommitment from Emmy. He gets a kill on the burn. They're going to come running right into his angle. Flash and nade up, but it's missed the mark. Kyla Des doesn't. And they keep moving forward. Morales, flash of his own. 2 players stuck and low. Still trying to fight. life on the line. They come pathing back in, and he's just gonna wait. Morel's game's been quiet, but he stepped up these past couple of rounds. Another time to do so, and slide through the smoke. That's such a big kill. That was the last player with a lot of health. Seized. Sticking to the plant, but he's on 1 HP. We saw the veteran almost best them in a circumstance like this a while ago. It would have put them on 12, but now instead, it's to deny this momentum that Pampa are really starting to put together. And here's the issue. There's not a lot of utility. There is a kit. But this all hinges on C's giving up his angle first, which he does. Now you know he's in new box, but that's exactly where he wants to operate from. Harn going up high, waiting for the swing to be made. He picked up the HE, but C swings out beforehand. Harn saves the day. It's another close call against the legend of 9 Pandas. But instead of the 9 Pandas going up to map point, it's them giving up 9 to Pampa. Phoenox, it's only spam this time around. A lot of damage, but it hasn't added up just yet. Molly in. Trying to force this side back, but look at all the utility they've just baited out for almost nothing. Ultimately, a big win for the Pandas. Much needed. Smoke thrown too, so problems get worse. Coming into this round, I mean, it was low econ for Pampa, so you can see the wear and tear of this buy. Famas in play, utility's a bit low. Whatever way you put it right now, it feels like Pampa do still get outclassed. Oh no, that's not good though. Seems like a B-split's approaching rapidly quick, but they don't even have to worry about the CT prong just yet. Har and Enoch both trying to combine and shut down the round themselves. Oh no, they just pulled one of the few players they need to pull off. 17 seconds, bomb going down, can't deny it on the spam slide. This is a must-get kill, and so he answers. But they have to go for this retake. With poor utility, almost all of the odds stacked against them. And this feels nigh impossible, man. This may be where 9 Pandas start to close the game, however, as they shift back in. Hylides and Glowing have had very good games. In new box, first spotted Harn. Good info to gather, but now he needs to somehow deal with the second, though it's not playing, so he has to move up. Harn again pulls his knife out. Doesn't even give himself a chance. And when he realized that's where it's planted for, right, you kind of know the only way he's getting into that round, stopping you from defusing, is if he shows his hand first. That was kind of winnable. Kind of, because, you know, still quite difficult. But this is the way it was always expected to go. Pampa were just delaying what felt like the inevitable. And well, you got to give them credit. They did look good these past couple of rounds. There were still a lot of shortcomings on this map that would be undermined if the Pandas couldn't close. And now here, it'll be their best chance. A Mag 7, couple of Deegs. Mostly pistols, but they've done this so many times. I'm surprised Pampa still aren't ready. Constantly nading this smoke open, a barrage of damage. Lesson not yet learnt. I don't think it ever will be. Considering this may be the end of Inferno, a 4-on-5. We already talked about the downfall of these circumstances for Pampa earlier. That's a way to get back into it. Fly, one of the only rifles, needs to step up. 26 seconds. Time has been an enemy of Pampa before. Try to use it at the very last couple of notches. A Deagle stuck in the middle of the site. Flashes come through, but so does the Max 7. And kills seem to fancy the defense for now. 15 left. They go to pick up the bomb through the smoke. 5-7 shots wildly spam. Knowing it's planted for oranges. One bullet away from the graveyard. They can't put it in. And they can't put an end to Diladez. Nor maybe this game. Everybody is still low. They've got a smoke. If they use it in the right spot, it renders one of these angles useless. Like, waiting for his teammate to come back in. There's also a flashback in for Pampa. Rather, I'm sorry, the Pandas. There it's used. Whereabouts of at least one. Clearing out Clax. And now you know where the last one is. That was perfect. Well executed from Pampa. Keeps him in this game. I said that was your best chance. Now, the window of opportunity is gone. And we'll play on. Look at what it's left 9 Pandas with. Now, this round wasn't one I think they expected to talk much in. And this is exactly what Pampa are looking for. The opportunity to come back into it. And up they go. In lane, this push is heard, and the crossfire fails again hard. Getting overrun, and so to the T-side. What's just happened? In a blink of an eye, everything's concaved. Beanox on half HP. It's a prayer, and one that won't be answered. With Seized already uprooting his angle, he walks straight into the HE. 4 health. And that's it. Inferno comes to an end. 13-10, and we go the distance.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Watch the matches with bo3.gg, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with bo3.gg.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to another episode of the CCT podcast.
We've got a ton to talk about, man. There's just so much action.
It feels like it's never ending.
Hey guys, we have another interview for you today. Very special guest, Speedy.
First, a funny thing, they also call me grandpa in my team because I'm so old. And
What are your general thoughts on what might come for the next couple of months of CS2?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
After an extended break, it all comes down to this. Returning to the decider, Mirage between 9Pandas and Pampa, it's the Pandas who come away with the knife round and subsequently choose to start on their defense. This has been a struggle for both teams. It's been a very offensive showing so far. Now, maybe that changes, but at the same time, who in God's name knows? And we're about to find out. This pistol is very, very reserved. Nothing too crazy at the start, Pampa. Just getting ready to take some basic mid-control smoke flashes. They go out. I just balanced off Enox, though. Likely they heard that jump, but you know it's coming. Especially after seeing nothing in the apartments. They barrel up to the A site, and currently there's 3 players here to defend. Diladad is getting 2, and it looks like this one might have the Pandas written all over it. I just balance even getting into it. With 1 trapped on Catwalk, this is all a game of Emmy. And well, 1 kill won't be enough. Trades come through, but the bomb's locked into the A site. You're not getting out of it that easy, so he'll reroute. Sly gonna go all the way around through CT spawn. But even 1 kill won't be enough. Diladez 4K on the pistol opens things up well for the Pandas. And it took us a while to get back here, so I thought maybe we'd see another slow start for either one of these teams, but Pandas look spot on. And this is another save from Pampa. We haven't actually seen a game where 9Pandas get off to the races early on, so I'm all for this. Seized, however, after spotting early contact, decides to duck and hide under the window of the apartments. Hope that maybe you can click away a couple of kills on the SMG with an isolated player. Boeing feels intrigued to go back in, spotting the remainder of this force. And now it's really just a matter of time. They kill it by sitting behind a smoke. But at the end of the day, I think we all know what direction this round is headed. Klax and Seized, though, they'll still be stuck on SMGs in this next round. So it's worth considering that regardless of outcome, Pandas are going to be outgunned. And I wonder if maybe Harn just wants to hang on to this Galil, because I'm not sure where he got it, but he does have armor, right? So it's a worthy save to use in this next round. You're going to have armor, you're going to have that one gun, but beyond that is really where you start to get into the issues. Since this was a save, you're going to be working without utility. So I'm not sure. Maybe they aim to get a bomb plant out of this. Wouldn't be too bad of an outlook. But with Enoch's already gone, I think we know what the outcome's going to be. He wasn't one of the players who could save. You know, he came into this with a pistol, needed that loss bonus. Well, already making a lot of noise. 9 Pandas, they opted to go with mid control in this round. Oh, spawn in time, guys! Couldn't get out. Venox, it's a good pickup and a big opener that allows his team an easier time of sneaking into the B site. As soon as that first piece of utility is thrown, nade dropped instead of the smoke seed. Not sure where he was going with it, but all he's doing is setting himself up, and he's setting himself up well. Glowing 2 from the catwalk puts them back in the advantage. I don't know how this went so wrong, but after the opener goes the way of Pampa, 9 Pandas just collapse on them. Upgrades everywhere the eye can see without another scratch on them. It's a 3-0 start and not even a bomb plant to speak of. Again, they don't bring a lot into this round. It seems Pampa have adopted this strategy of little investment, but, you know, looking for something like a bomb plant to justify it, to make it worth. They've already spotted the lurker up through Underpass, so out Palace they go, but they've at least cut off one of them. Slack, sorry. Montanitis Balancer, a 2-man army on the A side that have no intentions of letting anything slide. So with the last understood to be an Underpass, really shouldn't be much of a chance of them converting here. Guns back out though, Pampa. They've usually been on the giving end of these 4-0 starts, 6-0 starts. Now they've got to see what it's like to receive it. Oh, and a nade deep in the apartments isn't doing him any favors either. Beanox put on early warning by it. Look at this go. Are they going straight into rim? Sly! Oh, what a flick from Glowing. Seeker's advantage won't matter when you're going against him. With a minute chewed off of the clock and a lot of the utility taken away, Pampa don't have too many liberties left in this round. Sneaking in though. Maybe they expect C's to be on a chair. Yeah, he'll clear this. And C's will never catch back up. That might just be the round too. It doesn't seem 9 Pandas have much of an idea of wanting to retake this. Maybe, again, if something is given, then you could see them start to shift back in. But, oh, actually, you know what? No, they still just don't seem to care much about that. And you don't know that Beanox is low, so a couple of reasons why you don't attempt this. But takes them a while. They finally get on the board, and that was a needed conversion.
Terrorists win.
But seems like we have another tech issue in the works, usually what that means. So, unfortunately enough, back to the break we go. we'll be back. I'm not going to say anything except we're back. 4-1 up. The 9 Pandas finally showed blood in the last round. And now they look for their own rebuttal. Idis balance on the op. I feel like they've been somewhat of a difference maker and somewhat of an underwhelming statement for a majority of these rounds. But if there's anything to put on it, it's inconsistency. That's one thing we labeled both of these teams as coming into the series. Inconsistent. Honestly, I don't know if I could change around that phrase regardless of who comes away the victor. But one thing you do have to give them credit for is there has been opportunities for both teams to take this series. I mean, look, we went to almost overtime in both maps. 13-11 the second, 16-14 the first. So far, it looks like this one's living up to the exact same prophecy. Convincing start, not so great of a mid-half. This almost seems destined to be another Pampa favored round as Idis Balance gets the hell out of connector, has no intentions of dealing with that Molotov, but there goes the op. And there may fall the round. Actually, it is. It's already over. Just a mission of saving again at this point. And another's taken away glowing. Big prong to lose. But now it's C's position well known. I don't think he's getting out of this one. And I wonder if they want to buy in this next round. Now, Diladez and Itis Balance are the only ones who can't buy. But Klax, maybe they can drop one apiece. It'll be a costly round. But seems like they're going with it. But knowing how important of a buy this round is, see the 9 Pandas chill it out a little bit. We've seen a lot of aggression coming through. We've seen them try to fight for mid. We've seen them try to get in ramp, in apps. And while I'm not going to say it just straight up hasn't worked, it's also not been a great, like, safe haven for them. I like them slowing the pace down in this round. I mean, a majority of their really good defenses have been luring them into this B site, into a crossfire, and then letting Glowing do most of the work off Cat. C's playing around him. And it really being a utility battle till the finish. A minute goes by and not a lot goes down. But finally, some utility gets exchanged. Beanox. All right, that's a meaty AG to have to eat. Oh, and up catwalk they go Glowing. Molly drop as he gets pushed down. A1S gives them nothing, nor does the MP9. B site crumbles, and so does the round. Third added up to from Pampa, who seem to be on a tear right now. This T side can't be stopped. Oh, well, still. Look at a kill on the exit, but I don't know if that was entirely worth it. 3 players, and maybe you can warrant a buy again in this following round. Throw some guns down. Miss a couple pieces, sure, but a buy nonetheless. Now, it's not even a talking point. It's just a guaranteed save. This should be 4-0 for Pampa, barring these 2 weapons don't win them the round. Which, honestly, it's kind of hard to imagine. Klax, he's been quiet this series. So, I mean, the big kicker is Itis Balance, but even his op hasn't really chirped up for a majority of these rounds. Yeah, out A they go. Nothing to stop them. Not entirely surprised. No. All's well that ends well for Pampa. Maybe a kill or 2 on the way out. Well, with all the guns back out, 9 Pandas, they really got to step it back up. Momentum starting to build for Pampa. Remember what this T side looked like with it on Anubis? You don't want to let that progress much further. I like the mid shutdown early on. They get Idis Balance involved. I already mentioned that's something that's been a rarity this game. We haven't seen him in this at all. Couple of kills here and there, but majority says it's just really been exits. Now, he's the opener. First Bud already struck him down. I need a lot more where that came from. It's not a game of 1 kill or 2. It's a game of 5. And so far, Pampa have been doing fairly well in these late rounds. Pampa rerouting to A, though, and this is exactly where Idis Balance has positioned himself on the op. Not a lot of flashes, too, which could be thrown into question. The success rate, 2 kills on the big green. Honestly, that's worth it, but you need to follow up now, and so does Glowing. He's come all the way off Catwalk to assist the A site, and it seems that's what they needed to get things back in order. Flax his double, finally a wake-up call for he, who's also been a little out of touch. Nades up mid. Dyla does. Oh, that was risky. Barely got away to connector, but I don't think his teammate did. Idis Balance. Does he know somebody's in Delpan? No, they mollied the top mid boxes, but they don't know about an already crossed player. Could be really bad news if they get Idis Balance out wisely. Now they go a lot quicker this time round. It's been a very passive-aggressive game from both of these teams. Breaking the boundary of silence, it seems. That's what they're trying to push down. Clax, the first man. He and Dylida still good. This A approach is shown no mercy. It's not going to get better with Beanox out of the equation, but Emmy snuck to an uncomfortable spot, eventually cleared, but nobody's really keeping too many tabs on this angle, and that smoke is very, very well placed. And there goes C's. Oh, actually, no, this is a save. I didn't even keep an eye on the timer, so that's on me. They did give up a lot of kills here. I mean, you still got to be careful if you're 9 Pandas. They don't have a ton of cash. But neither do Pampa, so I'm not surprised to see them try this again. It actually went pretty well in the late round, so I wonder if maybe with a couple of tweaks, things can look different. With the ops peeking in, and Idis Balance gets away scot-free, horned down. The man this series, but no longer standing in this one. And with the bomb dropped, it's another 3-on-5 for Pampa. These ventures have been thrown at them countless times this map. And therefore, the remaining few prongs, maybe if Sly and or Morels got a kill, there was a world where this round could be pulled off, but no longer are we living in it. And again, it should be a game of survival for Beanox. Look at the money. They invested every penny they had into this round and did not even get away with a bomb plant. That's the worst thing. It's flawless. Not one damage on 9 Pandas. Their best round yet. Cat, Emmy, looking for the opening kill. They haven't gone to this spot for the majority of the game. They've stayed out. Hands off. But now they know something needs to change. I mean, an 8-4 score can't really be allowed here, but it might have to be. Clax still maneuvering around the A site like a pro. At this point, killing time, because you know the situation that Pompo have left themselves in. It's not great. Minute, and they're trying to go back in through jungle, but this is right. It's bouncing. No way, he's just turned around. Oh, no way, it's back to a 4-on-4. That's huge, but Clax isn't saying die just yet. Crossfire established, but he may need one more if he wants to keep them in a comfortable spot. He and C's are good for it. Given exactly what they were hoping for. And with an 8-4 score, potentially to close the half. He's a lot on the pistol. He's not hiding where he's going. With the low time he's got left, can't even entirely be surprised, but just gonna stick this plan. Round should come to a close. 10 seconds to go. And actually, that's a really good pick. It's a 1v1. Glowing's gonna drop this molly, and it should do some bonus damage, but you still gotta win this aim duel, and so he does. Easier said than done, but still, pressure mounted. Comes away on top, however, so no worries for the camp of 9 Pandas, doubling the score and giving Pampa a taste of their own medicine. But that's the most one-sided score we've seen all series. Even Anubis ended 7-5. And this pistol, again, means a lot. Could be the beginning of the end if Pampa don't come away with it. Already, it looks like the 9 Pandas are ready to put this to a close. Clax's double proves it. But there is still the issue of Sly, Emmy, and Beanox. Oh, maybe not Emmy for much longer. Still got good knowledge of the whereabouts in the remaining few players. But with an open avenue towards A, I don't think it's much of a worry that's crossing their mind anymore. So 9-4. And I wonder if Pampa are going to opt to buy back. I think after losing the pistol on Inferno, they did once. But it's been, again, back and forth. Been based on, you know, how the wind's blowing. But tech paused. Oh, nope, never mind. No, it's just a quick one. No. Should just be a quick, you know, done and dusted round. They didn't even buy a deagle. Even normally in these rounds, we've seen them go for maybe like a P250, a deagle or two, just so you can do that extra damage. Make them, you know, eat their words a little bit. But when you're on the CT side, it kind of feels like you don't really have that liberty. But still doing damage. Give him credit where it's due. And now as we progress, you realize why these rounds are kind of like unwinnable. Just kind of send the MAC-10 in, let it do its thing, get some extra cash. And, you know, when it comes to those long-range duels, you're really just not going to overpower the AKs, the Galils. So, it's as cut and dry as that. And you're not going to have many chances on this CT side to step back up, Pampa. It's DEFCON 1. And they're taking their sweet time to pick a site. 9Pandas really want to let this sink in before they go for one of the biggest pushes of the whole series. And out they come. Not well defended, but there are still at least 2 players here. Nobody clears the top of the balcony, though, so now we need to look for Enox, or maybe not. No, Dialet and Clax have no issue running through the only 2 players here. Harn, his rebound is through a smoke, so it's not like it's a big threat. I wondered again if they even want to go for this, knowing what lies in wait if you don't come away on top. Seems like there's no choice in their minds. He makes it doable, but doable isn't what you're looking for. You're looking for a win, and hearing the last player run straight through CT spawn, Morels has no form of anonymity left. Instead, walks into the crossfire, and the belly of the beast swallows them whole. It's back to square one. These pistols, which again we've spoken of, have been doing them no favors. You don't want to give these Deagles opportunities. Now, I'm not going to say it's been an abundance of Deag play in this series that's been winning rounds, winning maps, but it's not like they've been such a lacking threat that there's no reason to fear them. I mean, they've had some really good impact in some of these ecos. And I do like that the 9Pandas are at least showing some ounces of respect to these pistols. You really can't give them an inch, man. Up cap they go. I like this idea too. Again, longer ranged fights, rifles versus pistols. This is where you want to take the duels, but nobody cleared the balcony, so yeah, never mind. Okay, Clocks. Make sure that corner is at least clear. And now we move on to what's match point for the 9Pandas. 8 opportunities to put this series to a close. You just wonder how long it'll take. Comebacks have been few and far between. In fact, the only semblance of a comeback we saw was back on that first map, Anubis, where it was 12-10, and it looked like all was said and done, like Pampa had done it. But even though they went on to take the map, Nine Pandas still took them the distance and forced an overtime thriller. Now, biggest blowout of the day so far. But the ops here, you really can't get much a better CT-sided buy that you're going to eat that HE. No, actually, going all the way up mid. And again, what this whole series, it's been players with their knives out, nades out, blowings at a choke point with an HE in his hand. Horns op, though, spotted. It is a threat worth mentioning. Oh, but now they're stuck in a corner. Things are going to get a little tricky. Lucky to get out of dodge. Nobody was holding them. They still don't have this kill back. I mean, we're talking a while ago this over. Ooh, and nobody's here to equalize it. Itis balance. An opportunity given and still looking for the double. Chances to rip away the life of the cat player, but neither successful. Beanox instead has a 1-for-1 to speak of, and Ramp only for so long. Dilates puts us back to a 3-on-3. Flash blinds up Horn, double so. That op, it's not coming back in here. You're not denying a plan, especially when you're being held. 2-on-3 for the retake with the op gone. 1 flash, 1 kit, and no head armor on Morels. This defense is split. At least offense turns defense. 1 fire, 1 Tetris, and then the op in jungle, but it may not matter. Sly split between 3 separate choke points. There's just no way they're coming away on top. Not a single CT round. Pampa, this entire series, the defense was a struggle. On Anubis, it was a struggle. They lost rounds when you look at the ratio. On Inferno, it was abysmal, and here it stayed the same. That's the one thing Pampa can take away. That defense needs to be fixed, but it's easier said than done going against the champs of this series and playoff qualificants, the Nine Pandas, advancing through to the group stage 3-1. Coming into this series, we talked about the inconsistencies, the constant shortcomings of this Nine Pandas team, and the unable to live up to expectations, the hype that's been built around the players, the veterans on this team that just haven't showed up. Again, they'll find themselves an opportunity in at least the post-group stage play, but the distance that series actually travels is still up in the air, and only Nine Pandas can prove that wrong if we have expectations set one way or the other. But it doesn't mean for Pampa that their chances are gone. They go down to the 2-2, where I believe tomorrow they'll be playing for their spot in playoffs, so don't go too far, because this group stage ain't over yet.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.